YouTube fans. How are you all doing? Got frustration in your life? Doesn't everybody? Having some frustration right now.
Everybody has frustration. It's all you deal with it matters.
Sound like a infomercial.
I know.
You got frustration? Buy a Tamiya.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about your Tamiya. You said you broke the chassis of the MXF01 or whatever.
Yeah, let me show you it real quick, Tank. Let me get it real quick.
He said he has to lock his diffs again.
Yeah, they're messed up too, but let me get it real quick.
Oh, you need to replace that chassis.
Yeah, he needs to split the whole car back in half, take it all apart again, and rebuild it. But where it broke, that looks like at the back. Did you use any Loctite anywhere?
Only where it said to use it.
Okay,
Really?
because Loctite has a very bad tendency for that plastic to shatter the way it did. It becomes brittle and it breaks easy. So
there is a bolt right there.
Unless
bolt goes all the way through it.
I don't know. Like, that's the only thing I can think that might have happened. You had Loctite on the bolt or something, but every time, like even Tony on his one of his build, he put some Loctite and he shattered part of the stuff that he was building.
I know I jumped it a couple of times and then I noticed it, but I didn't jump it like, we've got them chairs when you go to like McDonald's, in the back of the chair, how you sit and it comes up like that. We found a couple of them and we put them outside going upwards like that. So it's probably maybe 1.5 foot jump.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done it.
No, it's usually pretty stronger than that. You're the first one that I actually see that broke a chassis like that.
Yeah, you need to replace both halves, it looks like.
Well, yeah. If he buys the chassis for it, it's going to come with both halves.
Yeah.
And I theoretically would replace both halves.
You didn't think I could just shoe glue it?
You could, but I don't think it's going to hold.
Yeah.
I really don't think it's going to hold.
Well, maybe you can look up. Wouldn't they just have to buy an whole new kit?
No, you can buy can buy that chassis.
And then I don't know if it's because but I know the gears you can't hear it now, but under pressure, man, they make a hell of a noise.
Turn both of them at the same time. Leave it upside down. Because is it locked right now? Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
locked.
the back ones are locked, but the front ones ain't.
Okay, turn the front ones at the same time. Same way. It doesn't make a noise?
No. It's only when it's got let me see. I don't know if I got enough juice in this battery, but I'll check. Let me get the controller real quick.
Before you do that, Tony said he got a Tamiya this weekend. What did you get, Tony?
Brian Taft says trader.
Trader. Trader isn't spelled that way.
Yeah, I know he misspelled it, but I know he meant traitor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Brian's here.
Hey, Brian.
Guys, how are you?
So the big question for Brian is, did you buy a Kyosho phaser kit, or did you buy a Tamiya kit?
I haven't bought anything.
Okay.
Still drooling over things, but haven't bought anything. Nah.
Oh, he bought a Sand Scorcher. Sand Scorcher. Cool. Tony bought a Sand Scorcher.
Good.
Can you hear me?
No.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Brian, he actually has some clods, so he's had them in the past.
Hey,
Hey,
Kurt,
Kurt. Hey, David.
I unplugged my mic, so you can
yeah,
hear
we can
it.
still hear you.
Okay. You probably wouldn't hear it in the mic, but
So as I was logging in, it sounded like you cracked a chassis.
Yeah,
Yes.
Tony bought it from a guy named Scale Rat. So he bought one that was already made. And Scale Rat does really good stuff from what I saw. Don't hear it.
did you hear it?
Nope.
Nope.
Still don't hear it.
No, the acoustic, the algorithm for Zoom
Hey, David.
actually takes away background noise. If it's not
Oh.
voice, it's just gonna take it away. You
Okay.
gotta disable that, and I'm not gonna go through the settings for you to actually
Yeah,
disable
don't worry
that
about
because
it. Yeah, I'll see if I can plug it. Unplug this in. Maybe you can
Still
hear it.
looks like it's spitting smoothly.
Can you hear me through the mic?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I hear you. Yeah, it's probably busted up the stuff you caused it to lock it up.
Yeah.
Now, on the MFO1, is there a way to take off? Let me grab mine real quick.
This thing is so tight.
I got one too.
I wonder how much the new chassis is going to cost him. 20
I don't know,
bucks.
we'll look at that in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I want to see about that thing.
What is that,
Attitude.
Frank?
That's an MFO1. It's a mini four-wheel drive chassis. It's based on smaller four-wheel drive cars
Okay.
and scale.
And I broke that right there.
Right where the motor is.
Yeah.
Mine's not even locked in the rear. I didn't lock the rear or the front.
Yeah, I'm probably going to clean it all out and not lock the rear.
Yeah, I guess there's no way to see if the gears are stripped.
I didn't lock it with the right stuff, so I don't know if
That
I
is-
stripped the gears or not, but it sounds maybe they're not. It's locking and then unlocking. That's what it sounds like.
If I'm not mistaken, aren't the diff gears metal on the interior?
Oh,
Can't remember.
yeah, I can't remember either.
I just got the feeling that it's a plastic outer diff gear, but on the interior.
I know
the
I
metal
know it's
gears-
plastic outer. Yeah.
So the interior ones would be metal, so you probably didn't strip the ones in the middle. So you can pretty much count on the metal stuff being all right.
Yeah. I'm not going to work on it tonight, though. Well, I got to get the new chassis anyways before I even take it apart. Because there's no use
There's no
doing
way to
that.
see the gears. The whole thing is part.
Would it say in the manual if it was metal?
You remember putting the differentials together, you would know they were metal. I swear they
They're
are.
metal.
Yeah.
The diff gears are metal. And that's where I'm sure I messed up on locking them. But I'm not going to lock them this time. I'm just going to clean it all out.
Tony, you're gonna have to show us the rat thing from that guy.
What guy?
The guy he bought it from, because I saw him interviewed. and USTEs.
Just checking out my newest goodies. I got something real small, but they're 12 millimeter to 17 millimeter hexes for the Bandit, and I got some GRP tires coming, so gonna try to get it going a little quicker. I was reaching the limits of the stock tires. So. Actually, they're not the stock ones, but of the non-belted tires I had.
Eclectic Electric. Yeah, you put some downforce on your car.
Yeah, it didn't go too well. I don't know if you saw that one with the front wing. It was a mess. I ended up taking it off, and it was just way too much downforce.
Yeah,
And,
scale that.
yeah, I think I'm gonna end up cutting it down and see if that works. But for now, just adding more weight was getting me where I needed to be.
So to fix that RC, KBRC, we might have to do a fundraiser for you.
Is expensive.
Yeah, $8.10 US.
Oh,
For both halves?
Yes.
That's just the
not
back
bad
part,
at
right?
all. That's not
No,
bad
no,
at
it's
all.
Hey,
the,
you got
it's
it?
the whole thing.
let me see it.
So
Thank-
this is what you get.
Wow,
This
Okay.
is
that's
the
a
back
good
part.
price.
This is the back part, and that's
Right.
the front
There's
part.
the front part.
That's a good price, Frank. I mean, that's cheap as hell.
Is that on Amazon, Frank? No,
No, this is on
RC Main,
RC Mart.
RC Mart. Okay.
I'll
That's
send
a
you
lot
an
of
email with the
plastic.
link.
Yeah,
A lot of
send me a
plastic
link.
for $8.
You might be able to get this on Amazon US. I don't know, but your part number is there. You got the
Okay.
model number here and part number. So
Let
with
me
the
write
link, you
that
can
down
actually
real
see it.
quick. Model.
Tamiya chassis, it's called the A part. It's 51576.
Right there's the part number.
Yeah, 51576. That's the part number.
5157.6. Okay.
So
Yeah,
if you
it's an
Google
MF
Tamiya
one.
and this part number, you will find it on pretty much all the stores.
Yep.
And basically you'll get everything you need. The two parts you need is actually these two here.
Yeah, because that's the bottom part that broke.
And then you disconnect it from the center, and then you can work on the rear part, and then you just put it back together.
Put it back together. Yeah. Yeah, my phone's over there. I'll check it out.
Now, that's what's fun with Tamiya. As soon as you break a part or break a chassis or break something, it's not that expensive to get replacement parts, and they're pretty much available everywhere. So
No, they're not made out of jugs, and jugs are made out of soft plastic.
Put it back together. Yeah.
who said they're made out of the junk?
Jugs, David. You milk jugs.
That's what's fun with Tamiya. As soon as you break a part or break a chassis or break something. My video is actually playing in the background, I think. Hold on.
I have mine on minimal, so you shouldn't be able to hear it through my stereo.
No, it's me, because I was going through the tabs to find back the chat, and I actually clicked on the live one by accident. Sorry about that. She fixed now.
Did you guys find any interesting new releases for this week?
Nope, I wasn't looking. I was busy. Well, I was busy all weekend, but this week, no, I didn't find anything worth
Eclectic
talking about.
Electric says his name is Glenn George, so people call him GG.
Okay. Glenn George. That's original.
Like Glenn from Tamiya Legends. And
I
then
don't
there's
know.
a lot of the guys who are in the G's who have G names.
Hi, my name is Glenn George. I'm an RC addict. Hi, Glenn. We all are.
Yes.
Some are bigger addicts than others, but once you're an addict, you're an addict. until you get an intervention. I might need one soon. I'm running out of space.
Let's make another addition to the house, Humping.
My room is 12 by 16 and it's almost full. Like I got stuff all over the floor also, like I'm running out of shelves.
Time for an addition.
Sounds like you need to build another addition to the house.
Or take over another room. Like
I don't think your wife would like that.
I got a second family room. If I take that family room instead and move the family room in here, the second family room, then I'm all set.
I think your wife would rather you add on another room to the house than do that.
No, I think I would buy a complete new house with a separate garage that's heated. That's what I want to do. That would be my dream. Buy a 2-car garage to put, and it would be dedicated just for RC. And I would actually be able to do a drift or race course on the floor to have fun with the RCs.
Yeah, Glenn George says you all have serious problems. I can quit whatever I want. Yeah, that's what a normal junkie says.
Well, but Brad has it pretty well situated because he can't afford to be in this hobby. But the good thing for him is RC Health really helped him out in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So,
As well, you helped me out with one car too, don't forget.
yeah, that was before RC Health gave you all the stuff.
Yeah, and Tony helped me, and Rich helped me. God knows what's going on with him. And I've got various other things from various people. Unfortunately,
Have you built everything you got from the elf yet, or are you still working on some things?
I'm on the Terror Scorcher now. I have the order right there. That's that's the order of how I'm building my cars.
Oh wow, you got all those from the elf?
Yeah.
Oh, you got more, but that's what's left that he still has to build. He still has like 8 kits left to build.
That is crazy.
Hey, I had to give at least 5 of them away to my friend who I got back into the hobby because he sent me triplicate and doubles. So I was like, I'll give them to other people.
Wow, that's awesome.
Oh,
And
I don't know.
since
I
I helped Brad,
I think there's someone who's got a close second.
since I helped Brad with a kit, he actually sent one back to me. So
That's cool.
And he
I
already
think-
built it, but he hasn't run it yet.
yeah, that's true. It's in the shelf. I wanted to do it in the snow, but I might do it this weekend.
I guess that's the problem when you have a ton of cars. There's so many, it's tough to run them all. Good
Yeah,
problem.
I have my place is so tiny, and John, if he was here, he'd tell you that.
Yeah.
I mean, I could probably move things around and get another shelf in somewhere, but you know.
All the cars that I build, everything is runnable right now. Everything has a receiver attached to it, receiver transmitter, and I just have to put batteries in it and go. So nothing is broken. Everything is running.
Yeah.
And the only thing that's broken on mine is the Tamiya.
Hey, Guru.
I can't find that on Amazon, but yeah, I can get off. Would you say
RC Mart.
RC Mart? Yeah,
Yeah. I think of Walmart, but it's RC Mart.
RC Mart. Yeah.
That's a US company. They do have stock in the US.
Okay.
They do have a place in the US, but I don't know if they'll
Yeah.
have it at that place.
Yeah, that particular part might not be in US, but let me check. It usually tells you if it's in stock in the US or says in stock online.
Okay. I might order it when we'll just have to put a.
And RC Mart is pretty good. I've ordered from them in the past. I never had any issues, and they're pretty fast with shipping.
Okay.
Hakeem says I need a Tamiya bruiser, and I pretty much know why, because it's all metal.
The Bruiser would be a nice build to do, but
It's expensive.
it is expensive.
I see that stack of cars again, Brad. I kind of missed what all you had there. So you have Blackfoot, Lunchbox. Is that a Midnight Pumpkin?
Yep.
Grasshopper?
Grasshopper 2 and a Superstorm Dragon, which is basically a Hornet.
Wow.
And the Terror Scorcher is being built. I have both gearboxes made. That's in the last 2 weekends.
Yeah.
That's the fastest I've gone so far.
Real quick. Net Cruiser just posted on Facebook a brand new pre-mounted basher tire for the X Max and XRT. These new pattern looks great. They do look great. They look very aggressive.
They're got lots of sipes, so they'll get lots of traction.
Well, not just a side, there's that middle part there. Like, to me, that's very
Sipes.
aggressive.
Yeah, because they got all these sipes on it.
One thing people are going to have to be careful with that is that if they're too aggressive, they might strip their hex or break something else inside, because that's going to put a lot of pressure on the drivetrain, but it is going to perform a heck of a lot better.
No, unfortunately, Gigi, he does not have a channel. He likes to keep his anonymity. That's the first thing he'll tell you when he gets a hold of you.
That's a different one also.
Yeah.
I like.
Yeah, I mean, that other tire that's probably not doing too good donuts on concrete.
I do think both of them will get good snow traction.
Yeah, they would. This one would get more, but they are not concrete tires. No,
Yeah.
because you're going to use them up too fast.
Yeah.
But on dirt and
Sand.
gravel and grass, these are going to be awesome.
And sand.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys run GRP tires before? This on-road tires?
Not me.
No.
I'm not much of a, what you say, upgrade kind of guy. Like, for upgrading different parts, I'm not too much into that. I'd rather spend the money, like $200 or $300, instead of paying it on tires and aluminum part or links or whatever, and buy a kit and
Buy
just build
another
that
kit.
kit and have fun with it. There's so many
Yeah.
kits that I have that still have the original tires on them, and I don't give a hoot if they don't perform that good on gravel or on pavement or on whatever. I like and I love riding the car the way it was designed to be driven, or the way it was. So the only place I would upgrade my tires is on a crawler or a trail truck. And I've done it on my CC01 from Tamiya, because their tires, I was going to say SU whatever, but it's YouTube, you're not allowed to. So I'm no good. They're just no good.
Yeah,
That's what I did.
Go ahead.
No, that's what I did on my
On the
bone
Beetle.
beetle.
Yeah.
But I happened to find some that fit.
Yep.
So I built it around it.
Good. Yeah,
Gigi
they're
says,
1.9 tires with a 12 millimeter hex, so it's very easy to find tires for it.
Yeah.
Gigi says, I want to do a bunch of giveaways too. I'd love to chat about the process, etc.
Cool. We're always looking for sponsors or giveaways to do a game. Like I did a couple game shows a little while ago, and I want to do one on my channel every Thursday night. Brad also wants to do that. We play games. We answer a question. At the end of the night, there's going to be a winner. It would be so great to find somebody, a hobby store or somebody, to give out a prize at the end of the night to somebody. So that's,
Yeah, like every first Thursday or something like that.
yeah, every
right?
first Thursday of the month or every first Tuesday of the month or whatever.
Right. That'd be
That
cool.
sounds like a good idea, Frank.
But we do have to come together to come up with questions for the trivia, because I am not going to do this by myself. I did it twice or 3 times previously, and
Yeah, the trivia
It's a lot
questions,
of work. It's a lot of thinking.
right?
They dream big. Yeah, but who do you think could actually help us with that? That I could actually talk to who would actually do that, or both of us, Frank?
You got to find a sponsor. You have to find somebody that's willing to give out a prize.
I don't even know how. I don't know how to tactfully go about getting a sponsor. That's a problem for me.
You ask.
Right.
You ask. If you know somebody that has a lot of money, if you know somebody that has a lot of thing, you got to ask for, you got to beg, you got to ask for them. The problem is for them to give it to you, you have to give something back to them. So what do you have to offer, Brad?
Nothing anybody would want.
That's not true. That's not true. Let's say you find somebody, you can say, hey, listen, during the game, we're going to say your name at the beginning, your name of your company or your name of your hobby store. And during the game, the night, we're going to say your name a few times and show your website. We're going to do advertising for you. So you got to push something back to them to actually get this done. Sometime a lot of people are just going to say, no, it's okay. I don't need anything. Oh yeah, sure. Just put my logo in the bottom. That would be fine. Yes, you're a small channel, but that's how things evolve. You grow small and then you go bigger. You get somebody else to come on your channel and then it just snowballs. You don't have to be big to give a good name to somebody.
I mean, Brad, or Tank or which other, well, it'd probably be Brad because you're in the States. I could ask my RC, to donate me some tires or something like that. And I could say, we'll put your name and your, address and stuff online for a little while.
Yep.
Because we're going to play games and then the winner will win, some tires or win a servo or something like that.
That's you start small like that. You win a servo and win a pair of tires from the hobby store you're at. That'd be perfect. And
yeah,
they don't have to give it to you once we know the winner. They give us the name and they ship it directly
to them. Yeah.
If you could talk to that store that you've been waiting for a long time to open, which is already opened.
Yeah, they're open. Yeah, I'll talk to them next time I go down there, see if they will sponsor us for something like that. We'll give them some airtime or,
Today, if they can find a way to do a tax write-off, that'd be cool too. That would be very.
Well, it is a donation they're giving, so it is a tax write-off for them. It all depends how much they give. Sometimes they ask for a receipt back or whatever, but sometimes just having the advertising is kind of receipt for them.
Yeah.
They can say, see, we give it to this guy and this is what he's giving us in back. But they got to be careful with that because if it's payment for advertising, it's not a tax donation.
Yeah.
So they have to be careful in that aspect. Electric RC says we have about 10 to 50 games activities. I just need help to show others on YouTube. That's interesting. Maybe we can set up a different time and talk on Zoom or talk about this and get it going. I have no problem with that.
He's also in Britain. Don't forget.
He's in Britain?
Yeah.
Okay. No, we do have some people from Australia. We have some people from all over the place that actually come on here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we do. I mean, I haven't been that bad. I mean, I got stuff from Britain before. I got my gold rims for my Fighter Buggy RX Memorial Edition. I mean, I paid a little extra for it, but nothing that I would think the Canadians or the Australians would have charged.
Man, this skull is driving me crazy.
He said he'd like to. Well, Gigi, we have to get you on the video panel or something so we can talk face to face on that.
Yeah, we can talk face to face anytime if you want to send me an email or
it'd be good after hours though, probably.
You can come in after hours if you're too shy, or even if you want to come in the video chat here and not turn on your camera. You don't have to turn on your camera. You can just be the voice of God. So,
a disembodied voice.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of them in the beginning. I mean, I was that first couple of times.
We sort of have one with Gabriel. When he comes on the video panel, he just has a bed and a car on it.
Yeah.
But we hear his voice. We don't see him.
Yeah, we see his bed sheets.
Yeah, and the quilt.
I got the eyes.
Are you trying to paint or draw a
No.
skull?
Yeah, I'm doing a series of skulls now,
Okay.
and I got one. I'll show you the drawing I'm drawing.
I'm sure there's a James Earl
That's
Jones.
not, I didn't drew this, but that's what I'm looking at. So
Okay. Okay. You know, they have computers for that, eh? To take reproduction. It's really easy. You take your phone, you take a picture, and you send it to the printer and go print, and it's done. You can print
yeah,
it
that's
any
what I
size you
did.
want.
Oh, these tank?
Yeah. and
Are you
can
talking to me?
Use. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You can.
Oh
even
yeah,
use
that's
a
what I did.
filter.
I printed this out, but I'm drawing it.
Yeah, but you can actually use a printer that makes it look like you airbrushed it.
Like you drawed it. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's no fun. I mean, come on.
It's easier.
Do it
Good
freehand.
at anything that's artwork because you're so good at everything when it comes to that. You would put with your hands, I guess, in more ways than one. That's what she said. But you know,
It's
You
just
have-
this third skull that's kind of angled weird. It's hard to get it. Skulls are my nemesis. They're hard to
Yes,
draw for me.
Facebook. Look for the Tank RC on Facebook, or Instagram. On both, I am on both. The Tank RC. You'll see a little red hot rod, with Iron Man for my logo. So
Who was that at anyways? Tank at a car show you went to, or?
no, that's one of the cars I own or I have. It's in the States right now getting fixed by somebody. He had it for 4 years now. I'm getting pissed. I think I'm gonna
Oh,
go for a
okay.
drive and getting it back at North Carolina. I'm gonna have to drive
What
all
is
the way up
that?
to North Carolina.
isn't David from North Carolina?
What is that tank?
It's a
It
mini
looks like-
Revo that was modified with a re-ren. It was actually stretched to 12-inch wheelbase, about not 12-inch, but anyways, SCX10 wheelbase length, and
Oh.
with an SCX10 re-ren on it.
Because
And
it looks real.
oh yeah, it looked awesome and it performs pretty good.
I mean,
really like
was
car.
that Iron Man fake too?
Yeah, the Iron Man is a fake little figure. I still have it.
Oh, I mean,
on here
every
somewhere.
time I see it, I'm like, it looks like an Iron Man at a car show standing next to that car with the tire off.
North Rock? You're from Great Britain? I thought you were from the States.
I was wondering why you would, I'm like, why would Tank put not an RC on there? I've always wanted to ask you that.
Brian, you're still wondering what chassis you're gonna get, aren't you?
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen for a few months. But I did just get that Panda hobby crawler, which I'm having a lot of fun with. It's actually been a really good little micro crawler. Having a lot of fun with that. I took it down to the beach this past weekend, and they have a jetty. It's, I don't know, probably a quarter-mile long, just giant boulders, and I was running it on there, and it's impressive what it can do despite how small it is. It's
So
first
there's
crawler.
Yeah.
There's a blow up version of that car if you want to look at it.
Yeah. I mean, that looks just like how you took the picture. Looks just like a real Iron Man sitting.
But it's a mini e-Revo, and these are the e-Revo, and I put
Tires.
sticks in the back. for the
Yeah.
extra.
Brian's from North Carolina. Then you
So
should be
what is
close
he
to
working
that,
on,
David.
Tank? What is he doing to it?
He's punching it, I think.
No. The guy that is got it right now.
Oh, he's giving it a facelift, but He
4
had
years?
problems. He had a very bad accident.
Oh, yeah.
Could barely walk for almost a year. Now he's back okay, but the RC hobby has really put a sidestep kind of.
Yeah.
So he said he was going to work on it this year, but he hasn't, or that was in 2022. And then there was the pandemic thing. So
Yeah.
anyways, I got to contact him back and actually see what's going on. If he is going to work on it or not. If he's not, like, send it back.
Send it
I'm
back
more
to
than
you.
willing
Yeah.
to pay for shipping. Like, I want that thing back. So
Your e-revo?
Yeah.
You
Reminds me of the guy I used to work with. I won't say his name. It was a body shop. He had this old vet in there. He must have had it in there it was there all the time I worked there. I worked there for like 7 years. And the guy would come over every year and say, "Hey, what are you doing with my vet?" Or he'd say, "Go clean that vet off. We got to try to do some work on it." And then the guy would show up.
Okay, he said he's sending you a message now, Frank.
okay.
Facelift as in what? Painting it and
Yeah,
I
he's
mean,
supposed to put a brand new body on it. It's the same body, but a different body. It is going to be hush hush or surprise, the style of it that he was going to put on it,
yeah.
which I'm not going to mention what it is.
I mean, I like that
but
body right there, man.
yeah,
It's a
it
cool
is the
hot
same
rod.
body. He was going to do 2 versions of it. So 2 different versions of, one is to bash around and the other one is just like to sit on the shelf,
So yeah.
because it was going to be
I thought you were gonna learn how to spray paint because I think you end up being very good at it.
Keith.
Yeah,
Oh, I know how to spray paint. You mean airbrush?
airbrush. Sorry, airbrush.
I can do just about as much as anybody can do with airbrush. I can do with paintbrush. And they use stencils. I mean, to make a skull 3D and all that stuff, they really don't use just their hand. They have to use a stencil to put it down. And I mean, unless they're really, really good, you know.
It's an automatic message, he says.
Okay.
And to get the airbrush is a lot of expensive, Brad.
Yeah, but I just think for some reason I just can see you sitting there doing that on a small thing. I can see you with the airbrush doing that. I mean, you can pinpoint an airbrush.
Yeah, but I can pinpoint a paintbrush.
Like they do on cars. People have that.
I painted the whole trunk of my 72 Oldsmobile with a paintbrush and little Tamiya cans of paint when they were 10 cents a piece.
Okay, I replied to him and he gave me a thumbs up. Is that okay, Brad?
Yeah,
No,
but
it's just,
I don't see it, but he gave it to you.
is that for the like the prize stuff?
Do a game or a game show or whatever.
Yeah.
It is time consuming to set up all those things. Mind you,
Gabriel,
Brad has a lot of time. Brad could do it because Brad's not working.
what? I don't know how to use the system like you do, Frank.
Anything can be taught.
I don't have Facebook, Gigi.
Oh, I got to go on that guy's Facebook page. That's right.
What guy?
When it was, that was on, he does 3D printing. I don't know. Were you there on Kurt's live Sunday?
I don't think so.
Said, you know, he's looking for just all kinds of old junk stuff for RCs, but he
Okay.
does really good 3D printing. So I'm like, I got some stuff I know I'm not going to use.
I know
I
at the
could send
UST,
it to him.
I know at USTE they
and
some
make a
guy
deal.
3D printed several samurai cars bodies.
I mean, he's printing really nice bodies.
So is those 3D printed Suzuki Samurais.
Did you guys see what happened to Bill's body?
Yes.
I swear I saw
Glenn,
that
I
story.
just- Glenn, I just sent you a friend request from my private Facebook, which is François Simard. That's French, if anybody cares to know. But Frank the Tank. So François Simard, you should have a friend request coming in.
So when you 3D print a body, it's I guess it's not transparent, it'd be whatever color the plastic.
Yeah, it's whatever the color plastic is.
Is it thick?
It can be. The problem with some of the stuff, the PLA, I think, or PG, there's one of them, I don't know which kind. It's very susceptible to UV rays, which means it will melt again. It has a very low temperature for melting.
Hey,
And
Gems.
that's what happened with his. It's easier and it does a nicer print because it just prints better. The problem is if you leave it in the sun, it will melt. It will like deform itself.
So it's
Bill
it's
left
the,
his. Go ahead.
is it the heat that does it or the UV?
Bill left his in the car and it melted his hood and the top of his. He has a nice dually. Yeah, melted it all like it looks now. It looks like it's rolled over.
Yeah, but keep in mind, I don't know if it's a UV or the heat, but I know that in a car, it gets friggin' hot.
Yeah.
Like if you close the window and you have the window acting as a magnifying glass at the same time, like when you're inside, it seems to be hotter. So it's bad. I have sand rails that comes from a guy also, and if I left those on the table, they did kind of went a little
warpy,
I would say. Out of
Gem
uniform.
says PLA is weak in the here. PT Pet G is stronger and more resistant.
Okay.
I would think ABS nylon would be also more resistant to heat.
I don't 3D print. I just heard the horror stories on some points or some people.
Yeah, it's.
I almost bought one, but I have way too much on the go right now that I don't want to have to learn how to use a 3D printer and all the headaches that comes with it. So I'd rather just go to my brother or send somebody here in Ottawa that's local and say, hey, 3D print this for me.
Well, we know a lot of people with 3D printers, Frank.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I want to get in touch with that other guy. He's like, he prints all kinds of stuff.
Gems Hobbies. Is Gems Hobby a store or just a guy that's in the hobby or a person that's in the hobby? Do you know, Red?
I want to say it's a hobby store.
Well, there you go. You were looking for a hobby store to give prizes if we do games. Now's your chance.
Gems has to respond if he is that.
Oh yeah, that's true. And we'll do questions that are RC related.
Gigi says he can't be bothered for 3D printing.
That's what I think also. I got way too many other things on the go.
Gems hobby guy. He's a guy, so it's just a guy.
Okay.
But that would be a decent name for a hobby company.
Yeah. I thought it was a hobby store or something.
Yeah, I thought it was a hobby store too.
Well, it's just like somebody I know is CK Hobby Shop. Like he's got it that as a name for his YouTube channel, and everybody thought he had a hobby shop, but it's just because he's like me. He's got like not hundreds, but like close to it of full of RCs. So he calls himself a hobby shop.
Actually, I think it would be, instead of buying a 3D, there's so many people that 3D print, you just buy what you want, the print. Instead of buying the printer and all this stuff and then make for a servo mount,
Yeah.
Gigi says, I'm really lazy. I don't want to learn CAD.
That's where I differ a little bit is I know CAD already, but it's what bothers me no more is learning the trouble that some people have. Oh, your nozzle has to be a certain heat, or the bed has to be heated, or the bed has to be strengthened. And I know
Yeah.
those all can be automated now, but I've heard horror stories also with the automatization of all that is a nightmare also, some of them.
Jem says it's eventual goal, I guess, to have a hobby store,
Cool.
but he has the name for it now.
I mean, Tank, do you have enough things you're going to 3D print to buy a 3D printer? You know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can
You
use
know?
it not just for this hobby. You can use it for anything else around the house also. Which is
Yeah,
nice.
but
And you don't need to know CAD because there's so many people out there that have already did some design that you can get for free or even pay
Thingiverse.
for $1. Like some of them are giving them for $1 or $2 or $3 for the file, and that's how they make their money because there's thousands of people that actually buy that part.
Yeah, you go to Thingiverse.
Jem says he started that with his son, and he has 60 to 70 RCs. And what RCs do you have? Be easier to set in the panel, but you can still do it in the chat of how what cars you have.
What do you have for 60 or 70? You physically want him to list 70 or 60 RCs in the chat?
Well, the panel,
That's
we
why
can
he said come in the
visualize it.
panel.
You could, if you're in the panel, you could show it to us in the video panel, but you could tell if you do have any Tamayas or Kyoshos.
Okay. Do you have any
Jem
Tamayas
is
or
another
Kyoshi's?
fellow chunky laugh out loud.
If you want to come in here in the chat, in the video chat, and show us some of your collection, go right ahead. Send me an email at thetankrc.com at Gmail, sorry, at gmail.com. thetankrc@gmail.com. I'll put the link there.
I know. I bet you would be. Keith would like to learn to have a 3D printer.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. Would or wouldn't, one or the other.
Tamaya first, of course, since I'm a Tamaya freak, as everybody calls me, practically.
I definitely print a lot of stuff for Duckman and you know, cars and
Print
stuff.
you print Duckman out too.
Yeah.
In
No,
different
Duckman's one of a
settings, in
kind. You
different-
can't print him.
No, you could print them in just in different animated positions.
How expensive is it to print? I guess it depends on the plastic and how big of a item you're printing, but you know, to print, I don't know, a wing or something like that, does it cost a whole lot of materials or just a matter of having a printer and the plastic's not that much?
Oh, I would love to see your Hilux, the original Hilux, and the Blackfoot and Grasshopper he says he has.
I don't think it cost a lot. I don't know how much a spool is, or because I know there's different size of spool. Some spools are more, some are less. And also you do have to be careful where you buy that spool from, because that's another thing. I've heard nightmares of, oh, I got a bad batch. Oh, I bought this from X
Spool.
company and
Yeah.
it's no good. Always buy from there because they have the best filament. But I don't know how much a filament is myself. Maybe somebody in the chat can actually say it, but I don't know how much it is.
I had a buddy 3D print me a wing for my Bandit, and you know, I was offering to pay him. He was just really nice and just did it because he wanted to see the end result. But I was just kind of curious. He said he had a ton of the plastic, so it wasn't a big deal. But certainly I would have been happy, you know.
Did it last a long time or?
Well, I only used it for one speed run session, and it was just too much downforce, so I couldn't really run it. The car was losing control. When it was scraping on the pavement, it did file down the edges a little bit, but no, it seems pretty sturdy. Like it didn't get damaged even that badly from scraping the pavement.
Show you what I got 3D printed.
Now I don't know if it would survive a
Hilux,
crash.
It's the full metal chassis Hilux that they made back in the 80s.
Unknown Eric 3D printed me this motor for the back of the Volkswagen motor.
The motor. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Volkswagen motor for the back of the Bone Beetle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's got a lot going on.
Oh, the bone beetle? Yeah. We got two guys in there. One of them's holding the map, or two skeletons. One of them's holding the Texas map. The other one's driving.
That's a
Yeah.
dual carbureted beetle.
All rusted out.
That's cool.
Yep, all original, trying to get email sent. You could just get on the video and show it to us. if you want.
I might buy two of them chassis.
Two.
Oh, he wants to be ahead of the game.
Yeah.
in case he breaks it somewhere else. He knows he'll be more careful with the rear end.
I tell you what, that thing landed perfect right on the four tires. I'm like, oh man, that is so cool. I have to change the angle, but because I got too much of my nephew's truck and the house and everything. So
I would like to see the original one because it has those pullouts to lock and unlock the diffs on it. They haven't re-released it yet.
but it really doesn't matter if I lock them, right, Tank?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm probably not.
You could be heavy on the marine grease and have a limited slip.
Yeah, I'm gonna put some grease in it.
I'm gonna hop off, guys, but I'll catch up with you guys next week.
Okay.
All right.
All right, take care.
Take it easy, man.
You too.
Yeah, we would love to see it in the flesh, Gems.
Yeah, come on, buddy.
He said he sent an email from his Yahoo account. I think he sent it to Frank. Because I can't show it. You have to send it to Frank.
We're always looking for new meat around here, right, Brad?
Yeah.
You will taste human flesh tonight.
If not, just chunked meat. Cubed up meat, like for stews.
Tomorrow, we're going to get our first delivery. We found this grocery store that'll deliver way out here. So tomorrow we're going to get our first delivery.
For meat?
We got water. I don't think she got any meat. We got some, little stuff right now. It's called Kroger's. You got Kroger's? You got a Kroger's where you guys are at?
Some places in Ohio have it, but not near me. I don't have a Kroger's near me.
Yeah.
I know they exist in Ohio.
Yeah, I think it's like, I don't know how much you have to order, but it's only like $7 for delivery. So
RC might actually not charge you if it's in the United States to send it to you.
that's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna order one tomorrow.
All you'll have to do is pay
$10.
tax on it. All you have to do is pay tax on it.
Yeah.
Cool.
I was thinking at least $20.
But look at all that plastic you get for cheap.
Yeah, but I only need one piece.
Yeah, I know. Well, actually, you need two pieces because you have to replace both sides.
Oh, both sides, yeah. I think I'd probably reinforce it too with some of that stuff.
Josh is coming in.
I wonder who that is, Brad. It's Jem's hobby.
Hey, good to put a face to the name.
You're muted. You're muted. When you come into my Zoom, it's muted. It mutes you.
You always
So you
get
have to
muted.
Press on the mic to turn it off. Turn it on.
Just so
just-
you're not swearing when you first come in because it's hard to get on
Just
here.
tap your screen and then mute yourself. There you
Got it.
go.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
they really need to re-release that chassis because it's realistic for the time period. That's what you really had to do. You had to go out of the car, out of the truck, and turn a knob on the axles to lock them.
Of course, that's four-wheel drive.
Right.
I'm hoping he will show us the vehicle he was talking about. There it is. You see that? That's the
That's
the
sweet,
regular-
man.
That's the Hilux first original chassis before the Bruiser, and it has the unlocking and locking diffs on the center of the hub.
That's a Tamiya.
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, the original
Really?
one. Yeah, one of the
Wow.
original release. Cool.
So my dad in the 80s worked at a hobby shop and he got this. We had a Bruiser and this. And it broke this hub.
Okay.
So I was able to take a Bruiser hub and machine it down to fit where it has the locking diff for the front axle. I just got back from USD, so this was still sitting out. I put it in the car show. I didn't win, but I put it in there.
Bunch of
it's
other
all-
guys we know went there.
Yeah, but it was cool. The system was cool. It was just like a real vehicle. It would have pulled it out,
Right.
unlock and lock it and unlock it.
And I still have the original radio. I made sure it worked for the car show because they said it had to work.
Right.
So I mean, it's bone stock.
Cool.
I
Still
know
got
they
the
did
Futaba
have,
receivers.
I know that they did
That's
have
a
an
nice little
optional.
truck, man.
They did have an optional putting shocks on it,
Yeah. it's,
There's no shocks on this one.
but I knew
You
you
got
could
leaf
get them if
springs.
you wanted to.
Yeah.
But
This one's
there's
kind
so
of my.
many- There's so many great builds at USTE that
Oh yeah.
it's just amazing the amount of hours people put on those.
They could have easily added another day because of President's Day. They could have easily done that.
Yeah, we stayed until Monday, but I had to drive back to make it to work
Yeah.
today. That was a long haul. On the way down, I left Thursday and I got caught in that torrential downpour. So
Oh yeah.
Well, there's lots of torrential downpours in that area of the country.
yeah, we were in West Virginia and slid across 77 because the rain coming off the mountain in Charleston. But everything was good. All the trucks were good. So
Cool.
You literally slid across it, or
I made it across one lane, got real close to a semi.
no?
Sounds like
Okay.
the water pushed you
Yeah, I
Yeah,
hydroplaned.
like a
hydroplane.
waterfall.
Yeah, it literally was water falling off the mountain down
Wow.
onto the road. And I saw it
Well, I'm
last
glad
minute,
you're
went out
okay,
of
man.
gas. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, those Suzuki Samurais, they look normal.
Yeah. Oh, they were amazing. That was
what plastic did you make that out of?
I don't know. They looked more like an ABS than
Yeah.
a PLA.
ABS would be
Uh-huh.
more perfect for that because it'd be more worth it to put the effort into it because you're making big pieces
Right. And they're more resistant to heat and
and they're more
breakage.
durable.
Yeah, I just started 3D printing last year.
Okay.
So it's been a year and a half about. I got the Mingda Magician X, and it has a self-leveler, and then there's a guy named Chep, CHEP, that has files for all the 3D printers. So you literally download his file and make it your profile, and that's how I print. It's not like I'm some whiz at it, but like this is my son's comp truck. I designed this bed and then made this fuel cell all 3D printed. It's held up through.
Nylon?
This is all PLA. This is regular Overture $20 PLA.
Oh, it's the stuff you don't need that you need for structure.
Yeah, but I mean it's so easy and basic. And this is a Fusion 360 design. I just extruded a 2mm line on the outside of my basic design and bolted it up to this chassis.
Cool.
And then all these parts are just 3D printed accessories for your scale points.
Right.
since comps have gone to, instead of who's the best driver, who can put more stuff on their trucks.
Stuff on their
Yeah.
truck. Yeah.
Did John?
What truck is that?
John. I mean, did your son go with you to the thing?
Oh yeah, my son and I are actually team drivers now for Monster Grip. We drag race, we crawl,
Cool.
Oh, that's cool, man.
And
and
how old
he's
is your
won.
son?
He's
How old is he?
13.
13? Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. He's won. Let's see, 2 comps and crawling. He's won drag racing several races.
Cool.
But you asked which truck this is.
Yeah. What is that?
So this is a TGH Sherpa chassis, and it's based. This is the monster, the F100 monster truck body, and I just cut it out and put Lexane in the back to support it,
Yeah.
Cool.
and then glued all your accessories on, and then everything in this truck except for like the skid and the servo mounts 3D printed. So this is the it's got the Holmes Hobby V2 and the BEC in this box, and then I 3D printed this tray underneath to hold it, and then the rock sliders are all 3D printed. 3D printed front bumper, 3D printed rear bumper, and then it's these are the Incision Vanquish SAD shocks, and it's an AR-44 base.
And that truck is so well made, it needs 2 servos to turn.
The other one's the winch.
I know.
Winch.
I know.
Yeah.
But it I built it for me, and then my son started doing so well. I'm like, he needs a good truck to run.
Right.
And like we ran stock the first time at a comp here near Athens, and he took a dang Ecto and beat everyone.
Oh yeah, cool.
So
Well, same thing with my son. I had I hosted a competition last year for GCM racing. So it was a GCM racing event, but I was organizing it and I was putting it together, which I've done before also, and I've organized hundreds of other events, and my son always participated in the events, past events. This year or last year in 2022, it became a issue because my son was winning all of a sudden. My son was in first place. So some people saying, well, he should not be competing. Like, it's not fair. His dad is organizer. I'm not driving. I'm not even with him on the trail. Like, when he brings his scorecard, I count everybody's score the same way. The points are all the same way. It's not my fault he's doing good. Like, well,
it's funny. We ran into that where we've been going. They're a club, and we're not in the club. We plan on joining and stuff. It's just we do so many events. Like we're going to Beat the Creek and Axial Fest in Indiana, and then we'll have rock. So they changed some of the rules around because they didn't like the way things looked, and they made the stock class now a novice class. And they're like, you guys have been doing this for years. I'm like, this is our 6th comp. We've drag raced for a few years and we started rock crawling. But as far as competitions, this is our 6th one. It's just that I have a course out in my backyard and he drives all the time.
Practice.
Yeah. Practice makes better.
Yeah.
Well, I would
get you to know your truck also. Once you know the capacity of your truck, you can do a lot.
So I just built another truck for me because I was running an Axial base camp, which with the Rock Pirate stuff did really well. But I liked all the TGH stuff. I liked how this truck that I just showed you ran. So I bought, and I'm a big supporter of Operation 11 Charlie. If you guys,
we know.
Yeah,
Javi
we
is.
know. Yeah,
you know Javi.
Yeah, you know him very good.
So I was on their live stream and TGH just released this HOG chassis, Hand of God, they call it.
Yep.
And so I got it. I got the same exact motor and ESC from that truck. I put the Operation 11 Charlie Raw 500 in this. So this truck axe like that one, but it's a capper axle build instead of the low.
Yeah, it's got the white axles, yeah.
Yeah, and then I use the TGH wheels to suck it back in.
Was Javier at the UST East this year?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, there was.
Yeah,
a
he
ton
was
of-
there.
I think
I
the
didn't
only
see any
person
video
that
of him.
wasn't there was Roger. He had a cruise,
Okay.
and like Josh is a friend of mine. He got inducted last year at Indiana, and he came up to the sand dunes with me when I went up to Michigan because he lives up in Michigan. So,
You know, Indiana has dunes too.
oh yeah,
So you
Michigan
said,
City. They call it Michigan City. It's right there by the border with Michigan. It's
Okay.
actually it actually is considered a national park.
okay. Where I go is Silver Lake Sand Dunes, and it's
I'm just telling you another place you can go.
Yeah.
It's not too far from there.
no, that sounds awesome. We're always looking for places to go ride. We have side by sides.
so you said
Hey,
they
Matthias.
changed the rules? They changed the rules on you for the,
Yeah, yeah. So they
They wanted to
didn't
make it more
like.
difficult for you.
Yeah, they didn't like that a stock bumper for class 2 only has to be wider than the frame rails. So they changed it to it has to be a 1/2 inch wider. So I went out in the garage, took my MIG welder and some brake line, flat piece of steel, made this ugly concoction. So it fits the rules.
Hey, you
But
know,
it's like, and then they took the stock class and made it a novice class. And I understood this because I wasn't going to run the stock class because I had won once and placed second once.
so
And
a
it just there's a bunch of new people there, so I'm not going to run the stock class anymore. Let them try it out.
stock class is like an SCX10 that's not modified?
You can change your servo.
ball bearings, of course.
Yeah, your ESC and shocks and tires, but you can't have any like loaded down with brass. You can't have aftermarket shock hoops. So they changed the name to novice now. So if you place 3 times now, you can't run that class anymore. You have to move up, which I understood, but I felt like it was kind of made for those of us that just started going in there.
People forget that these events are for fun.
Yeah.
We are not competitors that get paid thousands of dollars to compete in these events.
Right.
The pool for these events are not worth millions of dollars.
No.
Like you spend thousands of dollars on your comp truck to get it ready, and you're telling me for those events you can only win 3 times with that
Only
truck?
in that one class. They have other classes to compete in, but yes, in
completely
the
agree.
novice class.
But that takes a different truck.
Yes. So I think their rule change was to try and help with that. Like, okay, now your stock truck is more capable in the next class if you have to move out of the class.
Yeah, Exo Cage swears by 4 or 5 pound heavy crawlers.
Yeah, he was
says
running.
he did phenomenal with it.
Yep. So both of these trucks are right around 5 pounds.
So they're lightweight.
Yeah, they're carbon fiber chassis. I have brass on the front, but the little bit of brass that's on the truck I showed originally, it's not much. This one might be a little bit heavier now because it's actually a Tamiya hard body, like off of the Hilux. And on my Toyotas, I try to put the same stripe as my original Hilux.
You know, my
Nice.
Maya also makes a more modern Hilux now too.
Yes.
I have a CC01, and they did a tribute to the Bruiser with it.
Yes. I saw that where they did the Bruiser repop.
On a modern body.
Yeah.
I'm expecting Toyota to actually start selling that car here since the Ford Mavericks out and people are starting to make compact trucks again.
Right.
The Hilux is smaller than the Tacoma.
Do you have any Kyoshos?
Yes,
I
you have Kyoto?
don't have any Kyoshos. I have an original Blackfoot from '86. That was my second RC car, and I have a repop Grasshopper because my first RC car was a Grasshopper. When my dad worked at the hobby shop, he was like, "Hey, what do you think I should paint this car? Or what shocks do you think I should put on it?" And then all of a sudden, at Christmas, I opened the box and there's the car.
My first car when I was 12 was the Hornet.
That's nice.
A lot of people seem to start at 12.
And how old were
I've
you? You were
noticed
12?
that.
I might have been 7 or 8.
Cool.
Well,
Welcome back, Electric.
I mean, people don't realize they may not be the best handlers, but there's something character and personality about it. Makes it fun to play with.
Oh yeah, and I'm afraid to break my Grasshopper, but my Blackfoot, I put the what is it, the frog locker, where it has the bearings in it, and the bearing type, the needle bearing almost, or not needle, but
with the Riris, they fixed the differential problems.
Yeah, and I tried to put the frog one in it, and it helped. It still slips like crazy because I got a Monster Mash motor in that Blackfoot, the old school Monster Mashes.
I plan on putting. I forgot if I'm gonna put I might have a spare GT tuned motor, or I have a dirt tuned. I know I'm putting a dirt tuned on one of the lunch boxes, or I'm gonna be. I think it's gonna be on one of the lunch boxes, and I got a torque tune for the other. I have a motor that I'm thinking of actually putting in my Fighter Buggy RX. Those are the most recent hoppers, the DTO1s.
Mm-hmm.
My Fighter Buggy RX is the best handling hopper they ever made. It's wider, longer wheelbase, handles a hell of a lot better. You'd be surprised how well it handles for a hopper, especially when it has oil-filled dampers on the one they brought back out.
Right.
So, and what's nice about their live axles, they're pretty bulletproof. And you'd have to try real hard to break one of those, the internals in it, because the axles are pretty thick in there.
Just don't jump an MF01.
What, Frank?
Don't jump an MF01.
Well, he has added weight on his vehicle. That could have also added to the problem.
It's only just a little 3D printed motor.
Well, you also have that thing on top too, the rack.
It's all styrofoam. There's no weight up there. The best, I tell people who have Grasshoppers, the best motor for it is the dirt tuned. The best top line motor you should put on it. It's basically perfectly balanced for that car, 17,000 RPM. You'll get it to probably do over 20 miles an hour with it. You know what? The first thing I'm going to do when I get that rebuilt?
What?
Jump it.
Of course. And jump
Like
it
a
at the same
challenge now.
spot.
Yeah, I'm going to jump it at the same spot.
See if it's going to break again.
Yep, that's why I'm buying 2.
He's expecting to break it in a different place, though.
No, I'm not expecting to break it.
But
have you guys gotten to see RC Everyday's builds with like the Tamiya chassis, that Chevy truck he did, the hard body?
Haven't had time.
Oh, he was at USTE and he was driving that truck around, and it's slammed on the ground because it's that CCO2 chassis that he stretched for that truck, and he was still driving around in the grass and doing everything with it. I was pretty impressed.
Cool.
You should see some people who've done some modifications to the CCO1. You'd be pretty impressed. Yeah, the people don't consider that to do them comps, but they'll do their trail.
Right.
And I think Tamiya was. They did have a crawler, the CRO1. I think you can still get them. It's oddball suspension for sure. It has a track.
What's the new Bronco?
CCO2.
The Bronco's a CCO2.
Yeah, that's a CO2. Yeah.
But it should have been on a CCO1 because the modern one has an independent front suspension.
Right. The GCM guys had a Fun Haver build there that I saw that was all metal frame.
He did Chris, your buddy Chris Frank did the giveaway for the best in show type stuff. He was the master of ceremony for that.
But the Fun Haver from the GCM guys won best of show.
Oh,
Yeah, Chris and Frank know each other.
Is it Dana that one?
Which
Dana?
who built the Fun Haver? The latest build, the Bronco Fun Haver with all the independent front suspension and stuff.
Oh, that body with the one that was on
I'm
that
not sure who
truck.
built it. I know
Yes.
Chris helped.
That was a
truck
good looking
won.
rig.
Oh,
But,
it was amazing. And we were out, we had our TRX4s. My son's got a Defender and I got a Sport with the Bronco body, the 79 Bronco. And we were jumping the sand hill and he was over there and he was like doing very small jumps. I'm like, oh, come on, the Fun Haver's got to do better than that. He's like, I don't want to break my truck. It just won.
Were people surprised that was a Tamiya?
There was more Tamayas there than I
Oh, I'm
expected.
sure.
Yeah.
There
Well,
was so many amazing rigs. I sat down, this truck, I towed it on a trailer with a TF2 long wheelbase that was blue with the same stripes. And I'm like,
Tamiya did do 60s and 70s of original Bronco body too.
yes, I've seen that, and I want to get one.
Both of them now.
yeah,
Right.
Chris from GCM Racing lives about less than 2 hours from me. So I go see him a lot of times.
Heck, they cleaned up and built trails. They were busy,
Oh yeah.
and their booth was amazing.
You know what? I would like to. Too bad the BB01 isn't out quite yet. That took actually the hobby by storm a lot. Even people like Sean, who always makes fun of Tamiya's, he likes the new BB01 because of what they did to me. It looked like a frame buggy without the panels on it.
Right.
65 millimeter axles in the back. It looks very realistic.
Forgot one for Sean.
But a
Sean
lot
had
of
a
people
competition out there,
probably
too.
don't know this, but Ultimate Scale, that event is based or was and is still based around very scale looking trucks.
Absolutely.
And GCM is a big part of that. They've been a big part of that ever since the beginning. And Boom Racing jumped on it with them because of their BRX-01. That's why you see so many of them there. You see a lot of GCM trucks, and a lot of GCM trucks actually wins pretty much all the competitions there because it's a scale event. The name says it, Ultimate Scale Event.
Right.
So it's just fun to have those guys close to me, and that's what I like about the hobby. Also, it's just pushing yourself and building something a little bit more scale, a little bit better, and doing stuff. It's fun.
Brent from Ohio won a couple of things.
Okay, I haven't watched any videos.
Last year he won with his. I think last year he might have won with a sand scorcher.
Okay.
Yeah, the only one I watched was Sean live getting drunk in the pub.
I saw a little bit of that one.
Driving the Traxxas over his chips.
So Josh, what do you have for 6x6? Do you have any 6x6?
No, I missed the deal on the Unimog 6x6 that I really wanted, but I have two 18th scale 6x6s. We have the Panda and the Atlas.
Yeah, I got the Atlas.
I am not a fan.
You want to see my Atlas?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
I also have the Atlas, same as his. I also have a 124th or two 124th, but that's where it's going to end probably for the small scale. I'm not a fan. I like the 10th scale.
Well, FMS just came out with another 10 scale. It's based on the Power Wagon.
Yes, it's the mash again with the Power Wagon body.
Yes,
it's the same transmission, same shocks. I got to see it there because they had it there.
It's too bad. People say they just dropped out of circulation of Michigan. People are like,
Well, so did Rebel RCs, the RJ RebelCon.
Hmm.
They canceled those too. They all of a sudden, as of January 23rd, they canceled all the RebelCon RJs because Jeep went through and has been just hammering people. There's a guy that said his wife had the Jeep grill on a t-shirt and they told her to cease and desist.
Are you
Wow.
kidding me?
No,
Damn, man.
Jeep went after everybody.
That's weird
They
because
practice.
it's advertising for them. I don't get that because people see the stuff. People see Jeep everywhere, so it's
You're right.
it's advertising for
Yeah.
them.
And I don't
You
know
know-
if you've seen the RebelCon. Like I finally got to drive one while I was down there because people were selling them $100 off.
Oh yeah.
And a guy I was talking to bought one. It's got locking diffs, 2-speed, lights. The body is clipless. It's a very, very scale vehicle. Like if Jeep
That
wanted
kinda-
something to look good and go out there, it's an amazing truck.
Cool.
You know what's funny? FMS tried to get around using the Jeep name by going to Michigan, but there's still a tie-in to the Jeep through that
Right.
name. Because the man
Because
who
he's
made
a designer.
that today, his last name was Michigan.
Yeah, but not
They
just
tried
that.
to get around it.
It looked everything
Oh.
looked Jeep on it, like up to scale. So they really did not try to hide that it was not a Jeep, but
Oh,
Right.
okay.
But they changed the name, but it still had ties to the Jeep name. So that ticked them up because Michigan was the man who made the XJ.
And you can only go so far. I mean, in Texas, they have hook 'em horns like this, and this lady made bread dough, and it was just like she said it was not that, it was for something else, but they made her stop making them because copyright.
Hmm.
She said it's I think it, no, it's not. I think it's like this. This is hook 'em horns, but this means I love you too in sign language. So she made it like for I love you, but they made her stop making them.
wow.
Now, if you ever want a Kyosho, the Optima Pro,
Mhm.
beautiful chassis, it's all metal, and it's gold colored. And they still make them. That's part of their legacy series.
Yeah, but the price, it's friggin' expensive.
I
For
know.
a truck I'm gonna use maybe once or twice every 3 years. It's worth having in a collection. I completely agree with that, but
Right.
like it's I can't see that right now. Anyway,
Yeah.
But it is a beautiful chassis. I have their Beetle, all metal, 2-wheel drive chassis. What I always loved about the Sand Scorcher and the SRB chassis, they use actual front end rear engine Beetle front suspension. That is actually how it looks on the car.
Hey, Tank,
If you know what I'm saying, that torsion trailing arm suspension. It has those 3 things: a torsion bar, and it has a shock, and it has trailing arms. And that's exactly how the Beetle one looks in real life.
you sent that link in my email, right?
which link?
The link for the
Not yet.
the body. Okay. Could you see if they have gears there, just in case I screwed the gears up?
Okay.
I just finished up one of the SRB chassis. I have the one with the monoshock in the
Thank
rear
you.
and the reservoir.
I remember when I first started racing, trying to race the Grasshopper, like on baseball diamonds and stuff, when everybody did that, just getting waxed by RC10s all day.
Hi, Robert. Yeah, but you know what? I did some small dirt track oval racing for fun with some people. I had a super hot shot when I started out doing that. I actually beat them a couple of times with it against
Nice.
the Associated and the low C's. I beat some of the guys, and then I went onto the Fighter Buggy RX, which was the white body with the red, white, and blue and yellow decals, which I wish they'd come back out with again. And it had friction dampers, but it handled as well as the Super Hot Shot, which had oil filled dampers, just because it was wider and had longer wheelbase. And the shocks are almost pretty much in cantilevers in the rear.
What kind
But,
of drag cars you got?
So he and I beat them with that too. But then I did eventually get a B3. So it's funny when my car beat them.
As far as drag cars, let's see. I have 3 DR10 based. I have they're both on, 2 of them are on street sweeper chassis that are still rear motor. And then I have the DR10M. Then I have a stock DR10 that I was running stock with. I have 2 slash based with the LCG conversion setups, and then I got I just got the low C drag truck, and that thing is a monster. Like, so with being a dealer for Monster Grip and Team Driver, I did our break-in procedure on the tires. So it's the stock Mickey Thompson rims and everything. I sanded them, took the ridge out, break-in formula, pre-gripped them, and then I threw them on a tire heater. And I switched the spur from the stock low C to the DR10 with the Octo Lock. And that truck went in 66 foot. It went a 154 at 42 mile an hour on concrete.
You got one of the 16 scale draggers?
110 scale. I don't have I don't have the new Chevelle yet. I still got the low C.
No,
What's the 22?
Was it Associated or Losi that came out with 16 scale?
Low C. They just came out with that Chevelle, and there's people just pouring bodies out already for it.
Yeah.
And that's they're gonna have a different type of footage and do races with those.
So we already started a class at where I race close to me in Lancaster, Ohio. It's an old movie theater, so like the long hallway between the movie theaters is where we race.
Oh, that's cool. Inside?
Yeah.
That's cool, man. Yeah.
And we got a sweet spot outside, but it got too cold. You can't hook up,
Right.
So
how did you get in there? You just knew somebody, or?
So the mall was just really not doing well, which a lot of malls are.
Yeah.
And my local hobby shop, they expanded into the mall. So they have 2 locations. They have a mall for basically like selling RTRs and a couple parts and batteries. When they went in there, they saw that movie theater closed and reached out to the guys that ran the outside races, and are like, hey, we have this. So we have a timing system set up in there. It's all taped off,
Nice.
tables.
That's cool.
So like where the concessions and everything is all our tables for racing.
It's funny that there's guys in Malaysia who were doing it rally racing inside the mall.
Yeah.
In one of their malls. And they actually they covered it up recently, but they used to run on a floor in that mall that had basically a painted or tiled or concrete painted of the whole country of of Indonesia. It's in Indonesia, these guys. And Indonesia was mapped out on the track they're running on.
That's neat. Ours is polished concrete.
Yeah.
Like they have a new Walmart's where they took out the white stuff. It's all polished concrete.
Yeah,
that's
what
they got big enough for any kind of drifter in there?
Hey, Queenie.
You could, but with all the people that have been going, like there's a couple that runs the races, and there's a guy that is kind of the backer. I'm friends with him. So the couple went out of town, so I helped him run it. We had 50 people in that little mall racing.
Wow.
We had 39 in stock. Then we run a class called VXL Outlaw, where you have to run the VXL Millennium 3S setup.
Mhm.
You can't change the ESC or the motor, but the car has to weigh 2,500 grams. And you can use whatever chassis, body, and everything you want. But everybody's limited by motor. My son runnered up twice. Well, he won once and runnered up a second time in that class with a rear motor street sweeper, where guys are running crazy mid motor chassis, $1,000 chassis, and we got a $150 chassis hooked to DR10 setup.
Yeah.
Still on DR10 tires.
I think that's really cool because you don't have to worry about the wind or, you know, any
Oh,
of that
it's
crap
great.
or-
And they got like foam cut out and empty cardboard boxes at the end if you can't get stopped.
crap, right? Yeah. I was wondering, what are you going to just run into the concrete wall? But I'm like, you must have some kind of stoppage back there.
We
The
we
16
raced at places with a net, and man, if you catch that net wrong, because the way the timing system set up, they use a wedge type box, and you can launch off that box. Like we had a guy bust the ceiling tile because he launched off the box so hard at the end of the track, because where the center timing things are, they got to protect them. So they make
Yeah.
that wedge box. He launched off that, hit the ceiling tile, messed up the track. We had to shut down and sweep it.
How fast are the 16 scales going? Does
That's-
anybody know?
That one, there was one there that ran a 1.8 at 38 mile an hour, according to our
That's
timing
pretty
system.
good. That's almost as
That's-
high. It's almost as high as your. That's almost as high as the one you were talking about.
It's
It's
faster
almost as
than
high
my
as the
stock.
14. That's 10 scale. That's pretty amazing.
It's faster than my stock DR10.
I mean, that's not cool that he wrecked, but it is kind of cool that, you know, he wrecked.
I got a lot of views
They
out
wreck
of
in
it.
drag racing. They wreck in drag racing. But
It's not if you wreck, it's when you wreck and how much you
When.
break.
Right.
when and how.
Yep.
But I'm expecting them to start making 18 scale drags eventually and 24 scale drags, because everybody loves the little stuff.
Well, they have that 28 scale, but there's just not a big following because there's not a good aftermarket for it. But that
Oh,
16
the
scale,
better aftermarket, it would get popular.
the 16 scale, they've already got, let's see, Tweaking Designs has a chassis for it. Like 2 other people have carbon fiber chassis for it already to make it lighter and faster.
16 skill.
I wonder how what you said the 28 scale. I wonder how fast those are. 20?
They're okay, but we were looking at that option when we were trying to find a place indoors to race, because we were racing out near
Oh,
Dayton
tank took
at a
off.
place called the RC Factory. That was amazing because they had 2 indoor dirt tracks, or an
Yeah.
indoor dirt track and an outdoor dirt track.
So wait a second. I thought you lived in South Carolina.
I'm in Ohio.
Oh, do you know? I don't, Justin. Why aren't we meeting? Where are you living in Ohio?
I'm in Circleville.
Okay, I think I've heard of it. I'm in Berea, Ohio. I'm a very far west suburb of Cleveland.
Okay, I'm just south of Columbus.
Yeah, I think I've been to that barn one in Dayton.
Yeah.
For off-road buggies. I've seen it.
Yep. It's shut down now though.
That's too bad. It was a nice track.
It was very nice. Like, I wanted to start buggy racing, and then when he said he's going to have to shut it down, I'm like, well, I'm not buying a buggy.
It's
Yeah.
too bad. There's so many buggies. I mean, you can't go wrong with buggies. There's so much for buggies. It's not even funny.
He was part of the national tour, like or at least the East Coast tour, where they go around and visit all the tracks and do the points. He was part of that.
You need to come up to Cleveland and I'll show you the metro parks.
Okay.
There's 61 miles, over 25,000 acres of land. You got cliff sides. You can crawl in there. They have rules against it in there, but no one's ever bothered me. What the other one this past year, a guy was thinking I ruined the guys who set up the baseball diamonds. He thought I ruined up his setup. So he sent the Rangers there, And the Rangers like didn't even give a fuck. The guy even says, I have a RC car myself.
And that's the way it is with the parks down here. Like we're running down near Cincinnati. I don't know if you're part of the Ohio Crawler Tour,
I don't have any crawlers. I have bad knees. I can't do crawling.
but they're running a comp in a park.
So, but you know, Ohio, the Metro Parks, it also goes into the national park, and we are considered the second best park system in the country.
Wayne National Forest is amazing if you've been there.
Oh, well, I know, out there in the southeast, there are people who in the media for one-to-one cars, he says we have really good roads to run.
Yeah.
I run high performance cars on.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think Highway 5 is one of them. Now it's kind of dangerous to go out there because of East Palestine, but
Yeah.
I've heard of East Palestine. I might even pass through it when I went down to West Virginia, but I forgot that they were that close to the Ohio River.
Yep. That's a mess down there.
And to be near the Ohio River, which is a beautiful river,
Mm-hmm.
they should be. The whole country should be kicked because it's also a tributary into the Mississippi. That Washington has forgotten that that's a tributary that goes into the Mississippi.
I screwed up.
Yeah, but yeah, you need to. Maybe you can come up here this summer or something.
We're always down to travel, and we've been wanting to go up to what is it, the Rockfather? That's oh shoot.
Frank's showing his Kyosho
Yeah.
57 Chevy.
Did you see this at the show? They must have had this guy at the show.
Yes, they did. That's beautiful. Yes, that's beautiful.
I really like what they've done to the body. It's very nice, very well made, and the details are so nice on it. Haven't run it yet, but I am planning on it. There's still a lot of snow here.
Yeah.
The Ottawa Crawl, man.
So it should be fun.
Just on
But-
2S tank.
Yeah, 2S. I do have to bring it to the skate park just to make Brad happy.
Yes.
I don't want you bringing it to the skate park.
Make someone else happy.
It'll make John happy. But,
Make me happy too.
Well, I never see you running things to the skate park.
I run stuff all the time at the skate park.
You never video it.
Yeah, I just got 2 videos on the skate park. I run the King Hauler at the skate park.
There's too much snow right now for me at the skate park.
I bet.
I tell people, they joke with me, you got to take it to a skate park. And I said, I have cars now set aside for the skate park just to make them happy. But none of my Tamayas are going there.
come
None
on.
of them are going to go there. Even though certain ones can handle it, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to play with fire. I'm not going to do it. I mean, they're durable, but durable to a point. I mean, they make fully metal cars too. Like
He
What's the
doesn't
first-
realize, Tank. You
what's
don't have
the
to
worst
bash
thing
at
that
the
could
skate
happen?
park.
What's the worst thing that could happen?
I break something serious and expensive. That's what could happen.
You expensive. I just showed it with KBOC
Yeah, but
13. It's
that's not every car
$8
is,
for a chassis.
yeah, but not every car has a cheap parts.
And on top of that,
What?
oh, I can show you the price for some chassis or something. They're very affordable.
You're
And on top
saying
of
my
that, you have all the
Tamayas-
manuals so you can actually fix them.
That's not the point. I just don't want to play with fire, and money's an issue, regardless of the price.
You
And I
don't have to
I don't
bash
like
at a
wearing
skate
out my
park,
buggy
Brad.
tires. I like to keep the tires just for dirt. I don't want to wear them out that quickly because tires can be expensive.
Like I say all the time, charge up some batteries, go out there and have
Couple of
some-
minutes,
Yeah.
couple of runs on on concrete. It's not going to hurt your tires, Brad.
The buggy tires with spikes and stuff, yes, it does.
Nah. Not a couple of times.
Hey, I've worn out tires in gravel quickly.
Hmm.
There was a guy with the new the Skyline, the
Okay,
Kyosho,
the Social
and
Skyline.
he had it on the Traxxas hauler,
okay.
the 6x6, and he had it strapped down so he could do burnouts as he pulled into the car show. So he was running the Kyosho doing burnouts on the bed of the hauler as he drove it into the car show, and literally smokes rolling off.
Why not, right?
Yep. Heck, they were drifting donks out there. Red Cat had their Monte Carlos out there in three-wheel motion drifting around the track at USC.
Cool.
But
Josh
there was
told me he lives in Ohio, and I'm hoping we can meet this year. Because I go to a place called Brookside, and it's called Brookside, but there's a brook that's in this little valley area, but the highway's over on the other side, and it's all fenced off. But there's a lot of rocks and water down there, but there's an incline like this going down to it. I saw a guy who brought up his crawler there, and he was trying to sometimes crawl up the incline going this way. He didn't go down to the rocks, but you could go down the rocks.
well, I don't know if you can see behind me very well, but there's a few crawlers back there.
Yeah.
But so you could crawl there, and there's so much place out there that I'm sure you could find other places to crawl if you wanted to.
Oh yeah. There's a really cool spot up in Dublin, just north of Columbus. That was they have like a dam they close and open, so the water was all drained out, and we got to crawl like that dam bed floor. I took my SCX6 and my capper out there, and there was some amazing. It was beautiful, but we got to crawl through a creek and come up onto that
Nice.
ledge and stuff. It was really cool.
There's
I need to do
an
my leg. It's so dry.
there's an area called Squire's Castle, kind of historical. There was a guy who came in the 1800s. His wife died before he could finish it, so it's only partial, looking like a castle. But it has grass all in front of it. I mean, you could just drive around in the grass near the castle in the background.
That would be neat.
That's on the east side, in the North Chagrin Reservation. In Berea, I got several entrances into the park.
That chain looks good.
And like I said, there's 60 plus miles of park, and the Rexville Reservation goes right into the national park, right next to it.
907 says he tries to break things when he goes out.
Well, he could easily do that in the cold he drives in out there in Alaska.
Yeah, Alaska there, the cold is not it's not nice to plastic, that's for sure.
I need to go back out to the lake.
Even though parts of Alaska, like southern Alaska, is
So
warmer than
dry.
us in the wintertime. But that has to do with the Pacific Northwest currents and stuff.
Did you find them gears, Tank?
Yeah, I did send you an email.
Thank you.
So Frank, can you send Josh my email so I can discuss possibly getting together with him this year? Please.
I can send you his email and you can
That-
send him an email.
Well, that's fine either way.
Either way.
But be ready to receive a lot of emails from Brad.
I try to share videos that I think, because there's so many people I'm subbed to, and I don't know how many people are subbed or if they've seen that person.
Warning is
I
No,
I had
that's why Keith hasn't subbed to me. I mean, he's subbed to me, but he hasn't given me his
Oh,
I
email.
had to threaten him to send all his email to the junk mail if he didn't calm down. So he
I've
did.
been choosy about stuff sending to Frank. Usually I send him stuff that would be more for our show.
Yeah.
To discuss. And I think Frank knows ones are probably more usable for that.
And Josh, where did you hear of Brad's channel, or how did you end up chatting
Yeah.
with us?
Actually, I think Brad subscribed to me for my USTE content today.
Okay.
Oh, I did? Thank
Mhm.
you, Josh. I have
And then
304. I have 304 subs now, Frank. And I know I went up by 2, and I know I subbed to 2 different people today.
So since me and my son's channel, this Jem's Hobbies, since we're growing, when people sub to me, as long as they, are people that put out videos and stuff, I sub to them.
It's usually the course.
I'll give you a sub.
to me
Gems.
when I sub to
Gems
them.
hobbies.
And
Yep.
if I see who subbed to me, I go to their website, I go to their channel, I said, thank you for the sub.
What's your front page look like?
It's a picture of a green SR5 crawler.
Put a comment in the chat so I can.
Yeah.
If you can, so I can send a link. I'm looking
Oops,
for when
wrong
you
one.
chatted last, but I think it's too far back. Oh yeah, there, Jem's Hobby. Okay, I got it.
I'm finding the people I've been subbing to, I've been finding out a lot of them were actually living in Ohio. And I'm like, wow, we need to meet.
Gems hobbies.
Jim's hobbies.
Okay, so
Yep, that's it. With the
let's
That's-
see here.
So it looks like this.
You see, I
Okay, it looks
envy,
like
I
that.
envy him
Okay.
where he lives in the sense that he has more stuff going on RC, like with tracks and stuff more. And he's very
There's a
unsafe.
lot. I haven't found it yet.
You got if you type Jem's Hobby 3841, you will find it.
JIMS.
No, EMS.
Oh, okay. Let me get back here.
JEMS.
J
HO.
E.
Hey, Josh, don't forget, Brent lives in Ohio too. And so
Oh,
does
okay.
Thompson. Thompson lives in Ohio. There's another guy I've just talked to who lives in Ohio. I've met a lot of people who live in Ohio in the hobby. But
Oh,
in
yeah.
the South, you guys have more tracks and stuff for the hobby, and I wish they had more of it up north. I wish someone could help me do something about that.
like that picture there on the top of my page.
HOBB.
That's Rising Park in Lancaster. It like looks out over Lancaster. It's
Leave
pretty
that
out.
there for a second, Tank.
You'll like I swear you will like the metro parks.
Oh, I'm always down to try new places and crawl. Like
There-
my son, my wife, she goes with us too. She's into it. She's got a 10.3 Bronco and a
Oh.
JK or JLU Jeep.
You know what? Since you like the CCO2, you might even think about doing that one too.
I wanted to grab the Bronco specifically.
So do a lot of people, especially because they like the body.
Yes.
I mean, believe it or not, there's a lot of aftermarket parts for the CCO1 and CCO2's getting up there. So you can buy
What the
stuff from
heck?
various different companies now for them, even stuff from them themselves.
It's not working on my phone, but I'll
Yeah.
try it again.
I'll send you. a link.
I'll try it
Also,
again.
what's nice about the metro parks, not one part of the park doesn't have water somewhere in it.
Nice.
JEMS. Okay.
Yeah. But I tried to put stuff out for USTE and whatever we're doing, we just throw a GoPro up, and that GoPro 10 is so easy to use. Other than it doesn't like the Mac. I have to import it through QuickTime and then convert it.
Oh yeah.
Did-
Metziaus RC said he just subbed to you, so a bunch of people did sub to you.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Matthias, he's in Sweden.
Tank,
Whatever
fill in the
your Sweden
WhatsApp,
guy.
okay?
I think he just said he subbed to you.
Please.
I'll send you an email real quick. It's gonna be easier like that. Because I don't have WhatsApp on my PC. So I'll send
Okay.
you an email.
And Eclectic Electric is in Wales, England.
Nice. I saw him on someone's live stream the other day. Might have been
Who?
Josh. or-
GG, Eclectic Electric.
Yeah, he was on Harley Designs or somebody's live stream the other day. Or Exos, I can't remember.
Oh, yes, he lives in Simru. Much dead in Simru, but if I'm not mistaken, Simru's got a pretty landscape. If I'm not mistaken, the Eclectic Electric.
Hobbies.
I talked to a lot of the guys in Britain. You know who you need to watch? There's a guy called, he lives in New Jersey. His name is Keith, but his channel is called RC Icons.
RC Icons.
And then you should watch Tamaya Legends and
I do have Tamaya Legends.
his second channel too,
What's the second one?
RC Legends.
Okay, I think I have him too, or that channel too.
And he lives in Canada, but he's from Britain. His name is Glenn. I just recently started talking to Gavin. We talked a few times with email recently, and he's in Britain too. RC Kicks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Arctic. I saw you subbed. Appreciate it.
I have been attending a lot of live streams. I had a list of channels from RC Masked Masters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I'm expecting to show you to show your face eventually. EE.
Tank looks like he has quite the collection behind him.
He has
sitting
over
there.
100. You know who has almost 200? Keith, the RC Icons is almost that.
I don't have 100. I might
I thought
have
you said-
80.
Yeah, I thought you said you had 100.
No. I'm under 100. I got maybe 80. Last time I counted, I had 75. And that's a few RCs ago.
I have one you guys might be able to figure out, either if it's toy grade or hobby grade. I got this at a yard sale. I'll be right back.
Man, I can't get his. I typed it in the right way. It's not.
I sent you an email. I sent you an
Yeah.
email with the link.
Yeah, I'll have to do it after. Let me see here if I can do that.
Do you have the
Okay.
chat? I did put it in the chat here.
Let's see.
That looks hobby grade.
That's what I thought, but I've never seen.
Press on that. I'm gonna press on that,
What company is it?
and I'm gonna press
I'm
on
trying to
that.
figure it out. I haven't been able to figure it out yet.
Yeah, it looks like one of the company from Amazon there. You get those on Amazon.
And I just subscribed to you.
Banggood.
This
But
was a yard
Banggood has
sale
cheap.
card.
Banggood has cheap hobby grades.
What's written on
Yeah.
the fin at the back? There's a word written there.
Oh, it looks like Lyle just uploaded something an hour ago.
I think I could be wrong. It
That's
could be a WL
Pulse.
toy. It could be a WL toy. It looks very WL toyish.
Yeah, it does. But yeah, this was a yard sale find.
I don't care about your ugliness.
Cool.
Well, it's got a Dean's plug on it, so.
Real
right.
1/14th.
No,
Yeah,
that's
it's a
I think
little-
it's 118. I think it's 118.
1/18th.
Yeah, it's got a Dean's plug. It's light. I think it might be 9 light.
And it looks like it has an aftermarket. It looks like they put oil filled dampers on it too.
Yep. I don't know if you can hear the squeak. It's 4-wheel drive even though.
What'd you get that for?
It's a yard sale. It's like 10,
Yeah,
20 bucks.
$20, yeah.
Trust me, those with a 380 motor can do about 26 miles an hour.
Cool. That was a nice little find.
Yeah. I've charged up, ran around once. The battery didn't last very long at all. But
Do you see that yellow vehicle right there on my shelf in front of?
yes,
That is a Thunder Tiger, and it's called the Pug B. It's based after a game, but it's actually a hobby grade. The front suspension pieces, the up tops that's metal there.
nice.
It may have friction dampers, but they're on the stiff side, so they act more like oil.
That's what she said.
It's geared. It's got a lot of torque in it, so I hear it does like 12 miles an hour. I'm hoping, but I know that Tamaya, if that motor dies on me, I can put I think I can put a 380 sport tuned on it, which would speed it up.
Trail Critter, how are you doing?
Trail quarter.
Hey, Jake,
Lyle just posted something
the one
about
next
an
to it.
hour ago.
Oh, yeah?
Josh, the one next to it is a 14 scale WL toy, and that one will do 31 miles an hour with a 550 brush motor that's in it.
Is that the buggy chassis?
It's an aluminum chassis. It's a lot of aluminum parts on it.
My buddy has that one, and we put a brushless in it. It gets a little hot. We clocked on the GNSS. It did 37.
There's a brushless one that they make on the 14410, and this is the 14001.
It's the 14410. That's the one he has.
That's
Okay.
brushless.
Man, I would have had enough
And,
money too. I totally forgot the week when it was the weekend.
Metzi RC has a question for you, Josh. It says, the RC behind you that is about to go over the edge on your
Yes,
shelf. is that
On the very
a
top.
Unimog?
Yeah.
It is a Unimog. I had looked for a year to find one, and a guy in Michigan had it on Marketplace with it had a dang Red Cat Wendigo motor in it and stuff. I'll grab it.
You know what?
That's the axial Unimog.
Yes.
I had a Castle system in my. I think it just had too much torque and it hurt my gears. 4600 Castle system in my super hot shot Maya, but the Elf eventually gave me a 3800 brushless from a Red Cat system.
They don't make them no more, huh?
No, they don't make them anymore.
That sucks.
Those are basically like the other truck with the same type of setup bed.
Yes.
The honcho. It's like a different honcho.
Yeah, it's a 10-2 short wheelbase.
Short wheelbase. So it's probably like the deadbolt because it's short wheelbase, right?
Yeah, they're 11.8.
Yeah.
So I put the Operation 11 Charlie limited
I'm
edition.
sorry about that, Eclectic Electric. That's how
Nice.
WL Toys monikers their cars.
Rock Pirates.
What are them?
These are the Rock Pirates did a special edition Operation 11 Charlie rear shock tower.
Oh, okay.
Those are aluminum shock tower.
Nice.
Yeah.
And it's in
Oh,
yellow.
nice.
That's an odd color.
It's gold. It's probably my lighting, but yeah, they're gold.
Yeah,
for
you
the-
can see it kind of goldy. Yeah.
And then I 3D printed inner fenders for it for the front.
Cool.
Okay, now I can tell it's gold, but it looked yellow in the lighting because it was shaded.
But they had changed out motor in ESC. I took the wheels and did a chrome pin, so I had all the bolts.
You know,
Mhm.
Tamaya makes several different Unimog bodies.
You picked
Yes.
that up used?
Yeah, I got this
Yeah.
used. The guy had barely driven it.
Yeah.
So you got a fresh vehicle.
Yes. And I have enough 10-2 parts if anything had gone wrong or was bad with it, I could have fixed it.
Yeah. I like the Unimogs. I don't know why they stopped them.
I don't know either.
I don't think they sold a lot because a lot of people did not like the front end on that Unimog.
Yeah.
And there's different Unimogs with different front ends.
Yeah, I know.
And then they have a problem right here because this thin strip
They
between the grill and
break.
the headlights will break.
Yeah.
But me and my son did a competition at Beat the Creek last year that was called the Overland Challenge. So he used the Gladiator we have, and I used that. And you go up, you got to change your tire, take it off, roll it around the car, put it back on. You go up to an obstacle in the course, you have to pull it out of the way. Like, so I had the bungee strap like I have on this truck, hooked to it to work like a winch.
Right.
And I just take some piano wire and make my own land anchors. And
That's cool.
pulled that out of the way. Then you go up and you have to go up the trail and around a tree. But who's driving has to face away from it, and your partner has to tell you how to turn.
You want to know something? There, someone at the USTEs was using one of those to help a 124 scale.
Yes.
So
Believe it or not, they're starting to make very tiny winches, working winches for the 24.
Yeah, NSDRC just released the what do they call it, the Nano 40. My class 1 truck actually has a micro winch in it, just to try and save a little bit of weight because it's the heavy aluminum chassis, and that it will pick up my 7-pound truck off the ground.
I'm sure you met Tony.
Yes.
He was doing a lot of documentary. That's his job in real life stuff. But he started just recently started doing pulling competitions with a 24.
Yeah, I saw his setup, and he took all the quarters and made a 3D printed one. Either he designed it or Pablo designed it, where they could put the quarters in for weight.
He said that one of them pulled 7 pounds. That's amazing.
Yeah. I have a brushless, not a Fury Tech, but a brushless setup in one of my SCX 24s.
I saw in the USTE footage, someone brought makes their own outriggers, and some of them are very fast outriggers. I mean, they have a lot of torque, but they're quick.
Were you talking about the
3BRC or something was his name?
Yeah, Three Brothers. He's actually in Ohio. He's in Johnstown.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
yeah, Dennis does Three Brothers
Ohio
a lot.
guys.
I
All
think.
Ohio guys should just get together and just.
The
in the house.
Where's
truck I
it,
just,
Guru?
the truck I just showed a second ago, and this one.
Yeah,
Our Outrunner.
Guru lives in Cleveland with me too, but more closer to the east side. Yeah. What's nice about the outriggers is that you can get a lot of power and torque out of them, and they're compact.
Yeah, the Holmes Hobby ESC, which just fits in this box. I mean, it's just the board.
Mhm.
He does that.
I heard he was in an accident recently.
He's okay though, bruised up.
Yeah.
I
saw a picture of his
Outback on the
side.
side. Yeah. But yeah, I love the Outrunners, but bang for the buck for at least the crawling and stuff, I'm buying the Fusion 2300
I'm sorry,
Pro.
Jake. Outrunners. I always think they're outriggers.
Yeah, Outrunners.
Brad, do you want to shut it down? We're after 11:30. You want to keep it going? What do you want to do?
Let's.
You had
keep
a
it
hard
open.
time shutting it down last time. Dirk had to do it, Brad.
Yeah. Hello, Valet for Thor. Yeah, leave it open, Frank. Also, Josh, Frank does his own on Thursday, and when he's off live, we do an after-hour show, and you can
Okay.
on the video
Yeah,
panel
come on
can stay and
Thursdays,
talk after hours.
Fridays and Sundays, and yeah.
I usually have
Tuesday's my show, which is with the help of Frank, and Frank does his on Thursday.
Since I'm streaming off the phone and the computer's rolling in the background, I'll sub to you guys after this. I just when I'm at the bench, I have YouTube playing on the computer, and this is what I like to do to calm down. And
I think I
chill for the
subbed
evening.
you. You want to make sure? I'm pretty sure I did. KBRC 13.
Yeah, you know what? Brent is from Ohio. I've been trying to see him. I've tried to meet him for years. Guy named Dennis is from Ohio. There's a lot of you guys that are very big into crawling.
Try and see if I did it.
Hello, Dirk.
Hey, Dirk.
I just commented on the stream, so you can have my link for mine.
I got you, Tank. I
There's,
found it in my notifications. I just haven't seen.
Yeah, I got your channel. Sub.
Okay.
Sub
Balance Force
added. There
says,
we go.
Joan, watching from Los Alamos National Laboratory, isotope production facility.
Smoke break. Okay. You're on your phone, right, Brad?
Yes. And I passed it on to Dirk after hours, so why even if we're live like this, to run things. If he needs
Because
to.
when you end, you just hit the red button. You said stop stream. It's going to tell you this is going to end it for everybody.
Yeah, and I'm not, because
Because we want to go after hours too.
yeah, but I can do that, and I actually my thing
Holy-
says leave, not and I don't want to do that. And
the other way is you hit the 3 little dots and you go end live stream. But
yeah,
your after hour will still keep going.
I want to talk to some of the people in the chat room, because some of them are late to the show.
Wow, man, there's a lot of crashes on your drag race track.
Yeah, there is.
The chat is very active tonight, which is nice. So
Yes, and I want to keep it going because I don't get a lot of activity. And Matthias is here, my Swedish friend, which he's at work and he doesn't want to show his face yet because he's at work.
Bushman is there.
Yes.
Valiant.
And you know what? I have you to thank, Frank. They're following you more than they're following me. I hope they're following me, but they're following you more because you've had your show for years.
Mm.
And they know you set up this program for me to get views on my channel.
That is a cool strip, man.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
So our Swedish friend, Matthias, says guys should have an Ohio meet. Because there's so many of us that are from Ohio in the hobby.
There's a couple of them. Like I went down, there's a with the Ohio Crawler Tour, there's a guy named Andrew that's actually handicapped. And so he set up a whole thing at his house. There was probably 50 of us there.
Oh, yeah. This summer, I want to set up a multi-city crawling event, and we're going to do it on Zoom and broadcast it live on YouTube.
Frank lives near the Canadian Parliament of Ottawa, and I say you should be running that in front of his prime minister, and see eventually if he ever comes out and says something about it. In case he's working late.
So what I want to do
General.
is every city, or even if you're by yourself, you come into the Zoom, you got to be outside downtown or in town of your area, and just go down the road and film your car, and everybody in multiple towns are going to do that, crawling downtown at the same time.
Oh, that'll be awesome.
And we'll do a Zoom meeting with it and broadcast it live on YouTube.
And you do a night run, which you've done in the past.
Yeah, I don't know if this one's going to be a night run, but I do want to do a night run city crawl. Yes.
I saw the night run that they
wanna
were
be
doing
there.
at USTEs. Did you see how bright they made that area with all those lights from the cars?
Oh, Tank, they had a Winnebago like yours
Yeah, I know. I saw it.
there.
But nobody has one like mine. Mine looks very scaled. It does not look like a 4x4. It's low to
Yeah.
the ground, not slammed, but it's the same. It sits the same way a original Tonka Winnebago that's not turned into an RC. That guy right there. So
Is it a mini Winnie? Well, yeah, my grandpa actually had one of those, and we tripped in it.
Oh, that's cool there. That truck.
Frank has one of the other M chassis, the rear wheel drive Beetle, which he made into Herbie.
Oh yeah, the Winnebago's it's 4-wheel drive. It's hide on that one.
mhm.
I've seen so many of those Winnebagos, Frank. A lot of
They're
people
getting big
love
now.
making those into RCs.
Man, there's a lot of cars there.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of cars there. That's for
There
sure.
was
Oh,
a
that whole setup for being looked at. There had to be hundreds and hundreds of cars in those rows.
Well, there's one Mammoth.
Cool.
at USTE. There was at least 1,060
Oh, yeah.
people.
Wow.
There's a guy driving around in one of those.
Yes.
Riding around in the bed of that large scale version of what is the 2-story tall
Oh, that
truck
one's
that they
nice.
use in mines.
Gorilla in it.
The dump truck. Yeah.
And he had his dog in his lap. He had a full-size Doberman Pinscher in his lap when he was driving it around.
What scale was that?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. Well, would it be 10th or
No,
It's
that would
gonna
be
be
the same, that would be the same scale as a construction vehicle, which I believe it's 1/12 scale.
is it 12th?
Maya truck.
But 12 scale of that.
Right.
I don't
Would be
see any
big.
Tamiya trucks like mine though.
He was towing 200 pounds in the back of that thing, and it was running with him.
Yeah.
in it.
My
But do you
tanker truck.
realize in real life how big that is? That's why when you put it beside a 12 scale, it still looks big, because in real life,
It
That
is
thing's
big.
like-
huge.
freaking huge. Like Brad said, it's 12-story, not 12-story, but it's freaking
2-story. Yes, I do know that he got a sand scorcher, Jake.
Yeah, we found out.
Oh, that Tamiya King Hauler looked good. It was
It's a
jacked
weathered
up.
sand scorcher too.
A weathered one, so-called
Yeah.
rusted looking.
I think Scale Rat weathered. It was a Scale
I
Rat
saw
one.
scale rat stuff. He also did stuff that wasn't aged.
Right.
Anyways, Brad, I'll talk to you guys later. I'll leave.
All
you
right, bye,
guys
Frank.
and,
See you
I'll
later,
make-
Nice
Tank.
meeting you, Frank.
Thanks for your information, man. I appreciate it, Tank.
So I made
Put
you
that
host,
stuff on there.
Brad, and you just shut it down, and it should shut down everything when you're done.
All right.
Good night,
Just so
everybody.
I don't get interrupted like I did that day.
And Brad, don't forget, go charge up some batteries. Go out there and break something, because if you're not breaking anything, you're not having any fun.
I don't have fun breaking
Right.
things. It ruins my day because it stops me from having my fun with my car.
Can't fix it then.
Heck, at EST, I broke my other original Hilux body.
Oh, I saw
Yeah.
someone towards the end of, that long expansion bridge that's 95 feet long.
Mm-hmm.
I saw someone right when it was getting to the hill. And,
Yep.
and what's his name fell off further on.
Sean was
Sean-
driving two
He was
vehicles.
trying to grab the other guy's car, and his car fell off further.
No,
down
they were
the-
both his. They
It
were
was a
both
double
his.
knockout.
RC every day, Josh, he dropped his Blazer off of it that he had just
Did you break
made
it?
all matte. Yeah, he broke the bumper.
I'm surprised.
Yes.
I'm surprised people aren't breaking more than that when those fall off of that. And people have to be careful. That if those fall on someone, you're going to seriously injure them.
Sean
Well,
drives two vehicles at once, and he caught his, and he's had his hand on the other stick, and the other one went boop on the other side. It's funny.
No, I'm just saying.
There's
I
no
mean,
path
you
under the suspension bridge. It was off to the side.
Yeah, but I would hate to see someone get hit by one of those falling. They would need stitches, if not get a fractured skull.
Yeah, on one of my videos, it shows how high it is. My son's standing under it.
Yeah,
When,
it is pretty high.
It's more than 6 feet high.
Yeah, he's standing under it with his arm up to touch the car.
It's the coolest hell looking bridge, though.
I was driving my TRX4 Sport Bronco, which I had that 79 Bronco with the same. I had a Sunburst Bronco with the original yellow wagon wheels and everything.
Mhm.
And so I kind of don't want to mess that body up. Someone was walking by and ran into the cable for the suspension bridge. So the whole bridge started swinging. I'm like, oh no,
Could
my
have knocked out
truck.
a bunch of cars. Could have knocked out a bunch of cars.
Yeah. It
That's
didn't
probably
fall.
the most. I would think that bridge is probably the scariest thing in the whole trail to run on.
I rolled my long wheelbase down trail 1 because there's a little washout, and I was trying to film and drive with one hand, and I caught the edge of it, and it rolled that long wheelbase down 15,
I
20
did see
feet.
that hill. I don't know if that hill was natural that they had there, that people were going up and around and down.
Yeah. So the
Is
hill
that
had
a
grass
natural
and
hill,
everything
or
on
was
the
that
top.
actually pushed? Was that pushed together?
No, it was natural.
It was a natural formation in Florida.
Well,
It's got to be 60 feet
it'd
high.
been there for a while, whatever they made it for,
But
because
had
it
to be
had
like-
grass and everything on the top.
It's got to be 60 feet tall.
Oh, it's big.
What's that 1980 hard body Toyota you got? I know it's on the 10-2, but is that like a
That's the one I just said that I
Killer
broke the
body?
main body.
oh
I
yeah?
didn't. It's not destroyed. It just chipped it at the bottom where I mounted it. So that's a spare body for this Hilux that my dad had in a box when he gave me all the
Okay, so
parts.
it's a Hilux.
I
Yeah.
know you'd like to see them come back out with that original Hilux again.
There's a lot of people that want them. Like 3 people asked to buy my truck at UST.
The back is
original
off
Hilux,
Chevy, right?
my
The
original Hilux.
Chevy Proline Chevy body. Is that the back of that?
No, that's it's this
That's
body.
a Hilux too.
Yeah, it's this bed.
Oh, okay.
That's what started the whole Bruiser and Mountaineer.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a nice little truck right there.
But those didn't come with the like I said, the pull out and turn. It didn't come out. That was
Uh-oh. What'd you do,
Uh,
Brad?
nothing. My friend Steve is contacting me. We're going to the auto show. He was telling me what the temperature was, and I thought it was going to be a lot colder than that. It's supposed to be like 66.
I'll grab that body and show you.
Anybody in the chat, if you want to come into the panel, that'd be cool. You said you live, what was the name of the city you live in Ohio?
Circleville.
Circleville. And that's pretty much in the center, isn't it?
Southeast of the Columbus. So this is that body.
Oh, yep.
Someone had painted it white, so I kind of scuffed it to patina it.
Hmm.
So I scuffed the front to make it, and then I took a light paintbrush and made our channel name on the side, so it
You know
looks
what?
faded.
Yep.
You know what a lot of people would like to see come back is the SRB chassis of the Ford F-150 Ranger. That actually had longer suspension of the SRBs. It had a longer shock.
What were they? 50 or 55 or 60?
They look like the Sand Scorcher shocks, but I think they're a little longer.
So
And
that's
it actually has
like,
a different. It actually has a different. It has like a wire in there that also helps control the rear axle. Some people like Keith hated that look of it being down like that because it's an F-150. So they tell you how to bend it in a certain way in the manual to not have that look.
oh, there it is on your channel right there. You brought it there. That's a hard body too, ain't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it cracked right here where I had a little hole drilled set through.
You get some plastic weld and fill it up.
Yeah. But then I 3D printed stuff to hold it together while it was on the 10-2 chassis and to sit in the body mounts. So I didn't have to tear the body up. And then
It looks like it goes right on there real good, man.
It
The
did.
10-2 chassis.
So I 3D printed the sliders and they're for the Mojave, so they fit this truck just the same.
People want that chassis to come back. I think also because of the chassis, but they like the hard body of the Hilux.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm it looks good, but the bed should be lower. It's the
Oh,
only
yeah,
thing I don't
absolutely.
like. Only thing I don't like.
People are starting to actually make beds that actually fill down. They sit down and they have the side fenders above it, so it's got an actual looking bed.
Yeah, my class 1 truck's that way, the Mojave, the TF2. But with the new Sorka rules, you can't show your shock towers if they come through the bed. So I made a tonneau cover.
There you go. Right.
Do you have any armless?
No, I have my only basher typer like that is I have a, oh, what is the name of that? Rock slide. The Red Cat.
Big Rock?
No, not the, it's like the Big Rock, but it's the Red Cat version.
Oh, okay.
So it's even a F-350 body and everything. And that thing is crazy. I had a laser nut that I use for that stuff. Me and my son have riffs. I want to get an Arma or something like that.
I have 3 armless. One I was given to by a bunch of guys. Steve Shen RC. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
You just post something, didn't you?
He gave me one of my first 10 scale hobby ones that I had in a long time. He gave me the phase on voltage, which I was surprised I could still get chassis for it because I don't think they're making them anymore. And I have the Elf gave me the Typhon and a 2-wheel drive boost of the Sentin, which you could easily for $40 make it 4-wheel drive.
Right.
Which isn't bad, $40 to make that a 4-wheel drive.
That's cool. They had a little part for the 124 scales too.
Yeah, that video it was loading in the middle of all
Yeah,
this.
just posted. You said it just posted like an hour ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the 3S in the Typhon. It still should do 50 miles an hour.
I was thinking about a Mojave. I mean, we have a couple slashes.
Because
Mhm.
It's kind of died down. I remember when it was really popular, the Mojave.
We use the 0 turns down, set on the lowest setting, and cut a track in out back, and then drug it with the tractor. So we have like a scale, not true scale, but a nice course out back to run around.
Well, the Mojave is a 7th scale vehicle.
Yeah, the course is big enough. I mean, we made it so the 60-inch mower cut it.
Kurt RC, who was here with us in the chat, he also comes on with Frank in the panel.
But he's also on Sunday Live too.
Him and his bunch of his friends are racing the Armas on a track. I don't know if you've seen that.
I haven't seen that one.
You need to go Kurt's RC and you'll see him racing them.
He has a Sunday night chat.
Yes, also does a Sunday night chat. But they have, it's a big track since they're running the 7 scales. And they have this long straightaway that's at the back of the track. And once they get to that turn and they hit that, they see the cars go boom.
I don't think it's garage.
60, 70 miles an hour down that straightaway in the back.
Yeah, he has like a green skull. It's got flames on it.
Kurt, are you still there? I don't know if he's still
pretty sure that's his new logo.
Yeah, I found it. I subscribe. Yeah, I see the
call him Curbs because he likes to hit curbs.
Wish you would have stayed on longer so we have one of our long talks we haven't done in a while. Yeah, but he lives in Sweden and it's like 6 hours ahead. Yeah, it's not. I've talked to some guys in Scandinavia.
Wow, that's 6 by 6s.
Most of them speak English and they speak it well.
There's a whole group of guys from Sweden or somewhere that were.
There's some guys. There's a group. I haven't seen him put anything up recently, but he was doing a competition in the Arctic Circle in Finland, and they're from Finland. And I asked him, how warm was it there? And he said it was 70 degrees.
Nice.
In the summer when they were doing it. And he was in the Arctic Circle, 70 degrees in the Arctic Circle. You could tell he's from Finland and he spoke his English very good, but you could hear his accent, but he could understand every word that came out of his mouth, even with his accent. So, yeah, that would be something that'd be something like a dream vacation for you to do. Go there in the summertime, meet up with those guys if you can find who they are, and go running up in
Right.
the Arctic Circle. That would be a bucket list, something for, I would think, for some crawler guys.
Oh yeah.
I'm in the Arctic Circle here, and it's 70 degrees.
You okay?
You know,
What
Yeah.
6x6 were you asking about?
Oh, it was just climbing over was that your mini truck?
Oh, the
You were
Bronco and
filming?
the
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it was just in front of the Bronco. Looked like it was extended.
That's the Panda. That thing, it's got the big motor in it. My son got it, and I got the Atlas, and it runs circles around the Atlas.
Really?
Oh my gosh, it's so much more performance based. Where the Atlas
I heard
looks super
Panda. I heard
scaled.
Pandas have fixed their.
See, I got the
fixed their tires.
Atlas because I knew it was going to do that. And the frame went like this. So I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah, I can take that off and put whatever I want in there.
I heard Panda had shit electronics until recently.
This stuff in my son's truck runs really well. In my Atlas, I switched it out for a dang 1060. Oh no.
I have 1060s in a lot of my cars. I'm thinking
I'm
of
just
getting
worried
a
about the
1080.
gears because they're plastic.
Yeah, I
I
blew out.
have a Terra Scorcher.
I blew 'em out.
My Terra Scorcher.
You
that
blew
I'm
them out
building right
already?
now.
Did you get metal ones or did you have to replace them with the plastic ones?
I had to replace it with plastic.
The plastic ones.
I couldn't find metal because what I thought
Yeah.
was the Cheyenne. It's supposed to bolt up with everything, but it's a little bit different. So I'd have to swap the whole axles.
I know you can swap them with the
24s.
24s, yeah, but that's a lot of money.
Yeah. By the time you
So
buy
just get-
two
there's a new,
rears, the front.
yeah. You
And
ever
then
watch
legs.
CCXRC, right?
Oh
Tony.
yeah.
Yeah, he did a review on one. I forgot the name of it, but it was a 6x6, but it was all metal. It was $300 though.
Yeah. Is that the new Fury Tech one?
Yeah, that's what it is. Fury Tech.
Fury Techs are expensive.
But it was all metal. Everything's all metal in it. So
Yeah, and they were down at USTE. They just didn't have a booth set up. They were down checking it out.
this thing I'm not really going to do too much crawling with this 6x6. It's just a support vehicle for my Mad Max Road Warrior tanker truck I have. Tamiya tanker truck.
Right. Yep.
I built the King Hauler and I built the tanker truck to make it. Here comes Dirk. Make it into a road warrior. Well, it's not going to be really a support vehicle. If you watch some of my videos, I do like storylines. So it's going to be Beanfield and Duckman are going to becomes friends with the guy that's driving this 6x6.
Nice.
I
Let
can't
me
say any more than
pre-warn you,
Dirk.
his storylines are not normal storylines. You may watch a couple and think you just ate some mushrooms that were not the kind of mushrooms you normally.
I got a mad scientist. He's duck man, half duck and half man. Call him duck.
Hey, as long as it makes sense to you.
Yeah,
They are wildly entertaining. I
they
will
talk to
tell
me
you
all the
that.
time. So
You know, Josh, that yellow car I showed you, it came with
Yeah.
this too. It came with this.
The PUBG bag.
Yep, and it'll fit in here,
Nice.
even though it's 12 scale, and it has a pouch that you can zip up. You could probably put your battery and radio in here. Actually, it came with 2 batteries. Actually, it's a kit, but the kit actually eventually adds more money to it. That because of the electronics you have to buy for it.
Yeah.
That I got for less than $80.
Nice.
And it's got ball bearings and it's scale as hell, and it's got an assassin-looking, well-dressed assassin-looking guy in it. White
Josh,
shirt,
that's
black
Dirk.
tie and jeans.
Hi, Dirk.
I don't know if
Hey,
you know
Josh.
him. Dirk, that's Josh. Cycle
I've
13
been
Garage.
subscribed to Jim's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't know if you know each other, but
because when it popped up in the chat, I clicked on it to see. I'm like, well, I'm already subbed. Yeah, I remember seeing those drag races.
Yeah, the drag races seem to bring a lot of people in.
Yeah, I'm not really into that, but I mean, the setup that you all have is really cool.
yeah.
Did you know? I saw out last year, or maybe recently, when drag racing really hit its peak for a while. There were some guys actually running four-wheel drive on-road chassis from Tamiya. They were testing them out for drag racing with four-wheel drive, like having a foreign drag racing cars. So, yeah, if you have drag racing, you should invite people who are willing to do that, because that'd be cool to have the four-wheel drive, like European and cars and Japanese cars drag
It'd be
racing.
neat to have an unlimited class. It's just, I know with the classes we have 4 classes. It's stock, the 13.5, the VXL Outlaw, and then Outlaw.
And then
I'm
you
not
could
a
have,
P-in, but I'll be doing that in a minute.
The Tamiyas and HPI Vortex and Vortec Traxxases and stuff, all drag
Right.
racing. I mean,
But
and
with
even
those four-
even Tamiya and some other companies make front wheel drive cars too.
there was a guy running one of the front wheel drive cars.
Was it fast?
It ran really well, but it was not stable at the top end of the track.
Well, you know what to do with drag racing drives? They use those things in the back, the to push the car forward.
Yeah, he was preloading his rear suspension. Right.
Well, Tamiya is they just came out with a chassis called the MB-01. It has 2 different positions. You can make it rear wheel drive on this chassis, and it can be front wheel drive. So the chassis can be changed around any way you like it, front wheel or rear wheel drive. You should take a look at that. It's an interesting chassis. You can start racing like M chassis too, and you can have one in front wheel or rear wheel drive with the engine up high or lower.
Yeah.
It's an ingenious new chassis. I mean, because you can have it in 2 different types of drive mode. You just build it from scratch and make it front wheel drive with the same parts.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh.
Dirk, were you at UST?
No, I was not. I wish I could, but I live in California.
A little bit farther than Ohio.
I was born in Ohio.
Yeah,
I
I
haven't
drove
been
down.
there since I was 5. We moved when I was 5, and I'm, let's just say, not 5 anymore.
I
I'm
understand.
much older than multiply it by 10.
Yeah.
But
I'm
yeah, it looks
43,
great.
so-
It looks like it was awesome. And
It was a blast.
was that your first one?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sure you had a blast.
Oh,
I heard it was the show to be at all year.
Oh, it's the releases that came out and the cars that were there. Like, I thought I was building stuff that looked kind of scale, and then I went there and I'm like, I am building turds on wheels.
Did you get to? Go ahead, Brad.
I heard this was the biggest. Attended one ever.
Like I said, I know when they were doing the giveaways, the highest number I heard was 1,060.
I don't think they ever had 1,060 there. They said it was the first time they've had over 1,000 people.
Yeah, and I was talking to Joe from Beat the Creek. I know he had over 1,000 last year at Beat the Creek. So with USTE being bigger, it means he's going to be bigger. He was starting to worry.
Are you going to Beat the Creek as well?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't Beat the Creek in Pennsylvania, or is it
Kentucky?
Kentucky.
Maysville, Kentucky. It's just
over the Ohio River.
Yeah, it's just over the river.
Did you get to meet any of the guys that we talked to a lot, like Sean's RC Adventure, or Fern Solo, or Wayne Kibler? Or
I met some people, but there was just so much going on.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like, it looked like it.
I talked to Tony some. I talked to EXO. I talked to Schultz.
Yeah.
I talked to Kirby. You know, he's a Ohio guy.
Yeah.
I talked to the FMS guys. I didn't catch a name. I'm horrible with names. I talk to Josh from RC every day.
That one you remember.
Well, he's got his
that's
name.
easy. I talked to the Jack's RC guys for a minute. I know a bunch of the Operation 11 Charlie guys because I was when Javier was first at Beat the Creek, what, 3 years ago? I met him there. I went over to Reef's booth.
Does he still does his show? He still do his live?
I don't know if Reef still does a live.
No, I'm talking about Javier.
Yeah, they usually do it on Monday or
It's
Monday or
Mondays,
Tuesday?
Mondays.
Yeah, but they obviously didn't do it because they were still heading back from. Half the guys were still heading back.
I know Eric was there. You met him. I think he was a fairly tall black guy.
Yes, I did meet him.
Unknown, yeah. He was hanging with Adventure Time, Marcy, Brent.
Yeah, and Brent. Yep.
Yeah.
And I know I ran into a group of guys out there because they had a dually BRX, the Boom Racing BRX-01.
Yeah. Was
And
that
then,
the older guy with that one, Bill?
these guys were probably around our age. There's a
Okay.
group of 6 of them. And
Might have
some
been
of them,
Sean and them. Yeah.
and then one guy had a hauler with a sound kit that we were behind for an hour, and that just heard whoa, whoa.
Did one of them have a really thick Irish accent?
There was
Sean.
definitely some accents. Yes.
The thick Irish accent would have been Sean.
And then I ran into the GCM guys. They were out playing with the fun haver, and I was giving them crap because he wasn't really jumping it that hard.
I didn't know Chris was as tall as he is. He looks tall. Chris looks tall.
Is Chris the really tall black guy?
GCM guy, the one who was the master ceremonies for the picking the best car of the show.
Oh, okay. The
He
dude that
looks
was
tall.
doing all the dad jokes.
I know him. I've talked to him, but I've never
Yeah.
seen him. His whole body. He looks like he's tall.
He was probably about 6'2".
Okay, he's tall.
But no, it was an amazing event. Like, I'm definitely going back. It was just something totally different for me because I crawl and I drag race and seeing the
You
whole.
might get into buggies if you find the right situation.
I wanted to take my grasshopper and race it, but I was like, man, I don't
Yeah,
want to tear that one up.
Oh yeah, I was wondering if you did any of the retro race that they did.
No, I wanted to, and my son's got a brat, which I tried to encourage him because we put the Lexane body on it in case he tore it up, and we saved the hard body.
Right.
And I'm like, just go take the brat, run it. I said, you build it. You built this car by yourself. I helped him with a few things because, the directions on those are.
The brat body's nice, and it's nice that it came with 2 bodies.
Yes.
Oh, and you would know
I
if
was
you met
thinking,
Fern Solo
They
because
don't
he
want
would have
to
had a
lose bodies,
luchador
don't
mask
take
on.
the Lexan.
Fern
and you
was
know what?
also running the lawnmower, the RC lawnmower.
Oh, yeah, that's what the fence. He says that's an old 8 scale buggy.
Yeah.
That thing was flying around pretty good.
There was a guy jumping an old sand scorcher out on that dune or that little hill that they made our video on, and he was skying it. I mean, he was launching that thing. It was the metal chassis one.
Yeah. But I got to get up and show you mine. What's interesting about the Sand Scorcher, it's a posi rear end on it. It's rear wheel drive, but it's got a posi rear end.
Right.
So he could have possibly joined you guys on the trails going up that hill. He could probably have gone up that hill.
Oh, yeah. There was a kid that took a little 18 scale rock hobby up that tall trail.
Yeah.
And his battery died halfway up. And the way that thing was, like the battery's wedged under the body.
Yeah.
So he had a little, 600 pack 2S. And he just threw it in there, shoved it under the hood, and tried to close it as best he could. And away he went.
You want to know something? It's surprising how long on the smaller cars with the 380s, how long some of those less than 1,000 milliamp packs can last.
It depends on how hard you're driving them, though.
I can say, like with my long wheelbase TF2, I have the old school axial ESC, the 2S that you can program with Castle.
Yeah.
That battery didn't even go down a volt.
This is a sand scorcher, but it's called a fighting buggy. There's the monoshock.
See, that'd be perfect for you to go take to the skate park.
Never run this in the and there's the actual working Beetle front end. This is an exact replica of it, 10 scale, 10 times long, smaller. Yeah. And it's
Awful clean.
And make a drug deal.
it's going to be ruined by the end of the summer.
Yeah, we know you ruin how you ruin stuff. Bring it to the skateboard park.
No. And it's got a lot of more than this. This car's more than 50% metal.
Yeah, so you'll be less
It'll hold up.
breakage. That's right.
The chassis isn't metal. It's like fiberglass reinforced plastic or something.
Come on, Brad. There's nothing more metal than driving at the skate park, man.
I'd be jumping that shit, man. I'd be jumping that shit.
You'll only be jumping off the pitcher mound. But this is the body is very nice, and it looks cool the way they did the box art is really nice on this.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my phone charger. It's dying.
Oh, we never discussed that, Dirk, but is that okay
What?
if I send you some cash and you do that for Tracy's
Don't send him
birthday?
cash.
Oh, yeah. Let's figure out
I mean,
what you're wanting.
Probably the electronics are good, right? So, I don't know. What do you think?
Which one? She got the Gladiator?
I'm gonna get it.
Get the Gladiator. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you don't have to do a lot to it to make it more capable, but
Yeah.
I mean, if you
You just need to do a 3-gear swap on the Gladiator.
do what?
Do the 3-gear swap on the Gladiator.
He's talking about the 24.
Oh, are you talking the 24?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant the long one.
I mean, definitely some wheels and tires to get a little bit of weight down low, and then
Yeah, that's what I mean. Some weight stuff
brass
so
you
it won't
can
flip
throw down
over.
low or something.
That's what she needs. Gladiator before the gangbang.
And if you just immediately out of the box, if you take that tent off the top, it's going to help.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Jake
Have you
says
tried
sounds
the-
like Dirk has some Disney fairies in his house.
Have you tried the full brass wheels on the Gladiator yet?
Yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what's
they're-
I mean,
Put similar ones on my Bronco when I got it because that offset.
oh, them are brass, just the beadlocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're solid.
You know what's interesting?
What do they
That-
cost, Dirk?
That every time someone
Not
makes
cheap.
an RC of the
not
Gladiator, they give us a long wheelbase.
They're not cheap, but there
they're
are
not cheap?
there are options
Okay.
where you can get them that they're not full brass, but they have brass rings in them.
Yeah.
They can get pretty heavy, not as heavy as those, but
Well, she's not gonna do anything crazy.
but as
So
soon as you start adding a bunch of brass like that, you're gonna need to swap out the motor and the servo because you're
Servo
gonna
and
burn
stuff,
those out in
yeah.
no time.
Yeah, this one's got the Emax on it.
Yeah.
she's not doing any kind of crazy stuff,
I can go around and find some of the cheaper options, and I can let you know what's out there because I've got tons of
See if
wheels
you can
and
give me
tires I've
some-
tried.
Orange rims.
Orange, oh, those are harder to find.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only person right now doing orange stuff. There's a couple companies, but there's one company I would definitely steer you away from. I'd have to look it up because I bought some and the parts were just horribly machined. Ended up just tossing them because I broke off screws in them. It was terrible.
Mhm.
But Mofo's doing some orange rings and some orange things right now.
Maybe I can just
you can go
just
down the
paint
street
it.
and see Mofo.
Maybe I'll just paint them orange.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what parts you're wanting to get in orange.
The rims, just the rims.
Okay. I'll look and see what I can find,
Yeah.
what's out there. And then once
Oh,
I
he's
get a
he's
list
drinking out of
together,
a jug too, Dirk.
yeah, I'll let you know what I find.
I
Okay.
usually drink out of this, and people always comment, Josh.
But it's not that it'll be a month.
Okay.
It'll be in May.
I can start looking around and put them on a list.
Yeah, okay.
These are just the Amazon ones, and they went together real well.
Amazon. Yeah.
Hey, Josh, did you know that Tamiya was probably the first company that did bead locks on their tires?
Well, and the Grasshopper is a beadlock style, right?
Yes, but they've had the bead. They think they were the first to do bead locks in the RC world.
Dirk, did you swap your chassis on the Gladiator, or did you just move the shocks down?
I still have the stock chassis on mine. I was going to get another one, but there's another one coming out soon that I'm going to swap out. And currently, both of my Gladiators are in pieces because I've been ripping rigs apart to do some other things recently, which I never did before, but it was getting out of hand. So I
And
had to start.
building your 10 scale.
Do what?
And building your 10 scale.
More than one 10 scale.
The one that you bought most recently.
Oh, the cross one. Yeah, that one.
Cross
I'm still not finished with that because I got sidetracked by the 10-2 builders kit that I bought before that.
Which
It's
just
almost-
went on
What are
sale
you doing
again
for
today.
that one, Dirk?
I did it.
Yeah, they're
Not buying
The-
another one.
the builder's kit went on sale today. The Rift kit, the JLU kit, and
Cheap locks, cheap shocks.
I think the JLU Ready to Run went on sale.
What were you doing the 10-2 for, Dirk?
What?
What were you doing the 10-2 builder's kit for?
Oh, have I not shown it to you?
No.
I don't know. You might have, but
Hold on. I'll show it to you. It's the only thing I have left to do is get the lighting finished up inside.
Is it the Rock Pirates one?
Yep.
I saw that the other night. That looks amazing.
Did you see all my Tamiyas?
I haven't seen them all. No.
that's the one. I built the raw builder's kit for 11 Charlie
You
a
know
long time ago.
you know who paints my bodies? Adams RC Playground.
Okay. Yep, I've
You know
seen
who
that.
he is.
I walked
Yeah.
all the way to the other side of the
Yeah,
garage and
how I just
remembered it
showed
was
you.
right here over my shoulder.
He just he's painted
Oh
my
yeah, that's
Tamiyas.
nice.
Is it Skull Keith?
Yep.
Pretty much all my Tamiyas.
The devil.
There's not too much war builder's kit there.
Oh, it's still. There's several Rock Pirates parts on it, but it's still the same chassis, still the same links.
I thought that was an Interceptor.
You know what?
He
At
froze.
the USTEs, Josh, it looks like he could have got honorable mentions for that.
Axle.
Yeah, you're freezing, Dirk,
But
but
it's still the axial chassis
yeah.
Oh, okay.
with all the Rock Pirate stuff bolted on it.
Did you do an interior?
No, I was going to originally, but then when I found out I couldn't get a Captain Spaulding figure to put in it because they're too expensive.
Oh, there.
Yeah, I was saying
they're
that
through the
would be an
roof.
awesome white zombie.
But I have an idea for something that's going in the bed.
Oh, is that that's the one you were talking about then?
Yep.
Right there? Yeah, that's a good idea.
That movie has the best ending with the use of Freebird ever.
Oh yeah. I thank you. I already love you, Josh.
Hey, and that's hard to say. He didn't say he'd love me till the third date.
I do love you, Keith, and you know it. Keith painted
Is that
that
the third
painting
date?
right there for me. Keith
love
made
me.
that.
Dirk
that
doesn't love
machete,
me.
or that cleaver right there. That's made out of wood and hand
That
painted.
cleaver is sweet.
Nice.
Quite the artist.
I'm a big horror movie fan, and my son's getting into it. I haven't let him watch that yet, but
No,
Pumpkinhead.
I'm actually going to take some pictures, and if I'm allowed to get close enough, I don't think there's any problem with it because I don't think they do anything there. It's about 35, 40 minutes away from me where they shot the motel scene from Devil's
yeah.
Rejects, and I'm going to take that there to shoot some stuff for teasers and possibly run it there for video.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And you'll have
That-
screaming in the background.
So I think it'll be a good backdrop for the premiere of it.
Just put Danny Trejo in the back.
Yeah.
Oh, he has a real good idea for the back. Yeah.
I can imagine, and I don't want to guess and spoil it.
We're still live too, so remember
Yeah.
that, Dirk.
That's why I said that. No, I saw that truck. Who were you showing that truck to the other day, Dirk? Was it last week?
Probably. I've shown it a few times.
Was it Tony?
And there's been zero progress since I showed it last.
Were you on with Tony showing that truck?
Oh, yeah.
I bet you were
Tony got
interviewing.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The cross?
No,
No, the Rock Pirates, the Devil's Reject truck.
because he saw it over my shoulder and said, "I don't think I've seen that one."
Right.
Well, you know that Dirk likes to have a lot of horror themes on his cars.
A little bit.
Except for the cross. You didn't do that with the cross.
My
No.
Rock Pirates build I thought was looking good. Then I saw your Devil's Rejects one.
Oh, come on now. That's
My-
nice. Is that an anodized chassis?
It's the blue anodized Rock Pirates Interceptor chassis.
Right? Yeah. Sweet.
And it's the Vanquish.
Is this the one you were showing earlier that you had all the 3D printed stuff on, or that's
No, that's a different one.
That was your
A
son.
different one that had gold on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 3D printed stuff's my son's. This is all Rock Pirates with the VFD twin and a 2300 and the portals.
Nice.
Hey, Dirk,
Nice.
FMS is coming out with a Power Wagon in 10 scale. It's on
Yeah,
the
I saw it, the Atlas 4x4. Did you see it in person, Josh?
Yes. So it's the Michigan that they repurposed. They put a flatbed on. It's the same trans as that Michigan, that weird barrel trans.
Huh.
But you know what? I think the Power Wagon probably looks more scale.
They had
It's
Say
scale on the
Pyrex.
size of the size.
yes, it looked really good. I really liked it, but I just know people weren't a huge fan of that transmission.
Right.
And I think the shocks were probably 70 millimeter, whatever. What's the Michigan come with? I don't think they're true 90s.
I don't know.
And they look shorter than an 80.
I thought I had heard that it was the Michigan, but I was hoping people were wrong that were saying that.
From what I looked at it, because they let me lift the hood and look at it. And I did a short of it. It looks just like the Michigan with a flatbed,
Okay.
but the body felt really nice. It had the knockoff Hyraxes under it. It had nice stacks with a little like scale fire extinguisher they put on the cage. And they said it was like going to be $279.
Yeah, that was when I heard the price, I was shocked.
Is that
Yeah.
cheaper than
That's
the-
cheap.
For $279, I think it's worth it 100%, even if they haven't changed from the Michigan stuff.
It's cheaper than the Michigan, isn't it?
Yeah, the Michigan was what, $329 or $359?
Something like that, yeah. Huh. Well, I'll be
It was
curious.
sharp.
Yeah, I don't
How
need
many
another
colors do they
10
have?
scale.
They only had the yellow one there, but the box showed red.
Yeah.
I also thought I saw a yellow and a blue.
I didn't see a blue, but I just saw the one side of the box because they had the box set up and then the truck on top of it.
A lot of guys brought some cool stuff that they make themselves. A lot of cool electronics and motors. Like the three brothers. I mean, they make their own motors.
Yeah.
They make their own.
Oh, we lost Josh. Maybe his phone died.
Oh, maybe I have.
There he is, coming back. I thought I just saw him coming back. Oh, no. Who's in the chat room
See my chain, Dirk?
besides Jake?
It's light, but you can't really see it too dark.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah. This thing right here. My
I
start of
saw him
my
plug up his phone
skull
anyways. I saw him plug it up.
skull series.
What'd you say, Brad?
I saw him actually take the wire and plug it into his phone.
Oh,
He said his phone died.
Jake's still here.
So he says he's still not here. I bet he's in his Tesla charging it. Aren't you, Jake?
Skull
Being crazy.
series.
No, that's why I think you're not in the panel. Not that you haven't been on the panel when you've been charging your Tesla. Jake sent me the video of him getting mud on him and his son.
Yeah.
What'd he do? Getting mudding?
Yeah, he was running the Max and the new Maya, and there's this mud patch in his backyard, and they were standing behind both vehicles to get up muddy.
Oh.
Well, then why aren't you in the panel, man?
Tracy shot me down. I'm like, if I sell my Blazer, I might get the Max. No.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, come on. It's a better basher than the Stampede. My Stampede's just fine. Okay, dear.
You're like under your breath. Yeah, yours is.
Yeah.
Who else is in the room with you, Jake?
What are you wearing, Jake?
Yeah.
Khakis.
Silky?
You remember that commercial?
Is it silky? I don't like that. I'm going to put chain going all the way up.
We've had a pretty good live here with the chat going pretty strong all night.
Yeah, but now it seems like no one else is in there but him. I tried to rejoin the iPad, but the link is dead since it switched to HOTS. It shouldn't be. Hey, can you? Oh, I wonder if I can send it to him. I just got his email and I haven't seen it. I haven't checked it yet. I
Maybe
didn't see
since
your email, did I?
Maybe since Tank stepped out, something happened.
So
Might be back in a minute.
I don't have it yet. Josh.
let me check and see. Oh, I'm not a moderator here, so. Let me check. Oh, I was hoping that in his about section there would be a contact place.
I can make you the host, sir.
That's not gonna help me except I might be able to put the link in the chat. I
Gigi's
don't
still
know
here.
because I'm not a moderator. I'm not sure.
Do you want me to make you moderator? Or whatever?
It's up to you. I was trying to find a way to contact Josh because I just checked his about section. He didn't have a contact place to send it to him again.
Dirk, Eclectic Electric sent you a message on Facebook.
Yeah, I've already accepted the friend request.
Okay. Theories.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how to get a hold of him. Because since I'm not a moderator, it won't let me post the link.
I made you co-host. I think you can post it.
Yeah, but that's just for the Zoom. I don't think.
Weenie. Do you want me to make you host? Would that
No,
help?
let me check and see if it'll.
Hey, Tinkerbell. Jake says Tinkerbell. Josh, did he send you my information too? Because you're going to have to send it yourself, or you're going to have to get in touch with Frank because I haven't gotten it yet.
I can put this in there, maybe, but before I do it, Brad, if I put it in there, it's going to. Oh,
Here he comes.
Never mind.
Hey, Josh, I didn't get anything from Frank. He said he sent it to me and I didn't get it.
I can put this in there, maybe, but before I do it, Brad, if I put it in there, it's going to. Oh, here it comes. Never mind.
I made him co-host. That would make him be able to be a monitor. I didn't get it.
Yeah, my phone finally charged back up. Apparently, it was not charging when I plugged it in.
I think we're here in your YouTube now.
Yeah, I'm muting it now. There we go.
Okay.
Tell Frank to send it to me again, please, Josh.
Okay.
So I didn't get it because it didn't show it and didn't show anything from my email.
Well, are you wanting his email?
Yeah, he lives in Ohio, Dirk.
Okay, no, I know that. Because Josh, can you see the chat that's just in the?
I'm trying.
Eclectic Electric. I made him co-host, so that makes him a moderator. Uh-oh.
It's still there.
Did you see the chat in the Zoom though?
No, it's not showing me the.
Because you have to like go at the bottom of the screen or something and click on the chat, and then there's a private chat just in the Zoom.
Okay.
And then if you can see that I put hey in there right now. If you can see that, then I can put Brad's email there if you want.
I thought it did work that way, Jake. I could make him the host, but he's choosing not to ask for it.
Oh, I'm gonna have to crash before too long. I got to work, but I'm putting my email here in the chat so you guys all have it.
I didn't say I wouldn't. I just didn't think.
Well, Jake, I know if I made him host, you can share things on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I could share things on the screen, but I don't think I could post certain things in the actual YouTube chat. I'm not sure.
I just saw my email address go up.
Yeah.
There we go. Should be all set now.
You're freezing again, Dirk. Someone take a screenshot, Keith.
I see, okay.
Yes, they can have a private chat.
I sent you an email, Josh, from my email.
I don't have
Yep,
a.
I got it. Thank you.
And he's got
Mine's
your
in the
email
chat
now,
too,
Brad.
Brad.
Oh, Brad, you want me to? I can send you his email if you'd like.
Yes,
Or I can
please.
just.
I'll get a double one. Yeah. Now, Josh, since you're so big into meeting a bunch of people in Ohio, maybe you could help us where we can all meet, including me, somehow up here.
Yeah, I mean, I got guys that crawl in Zanesville, buddies down here south of me, stuff like that.
I think Brent, isn't he around you?
Adventure Time RC.
Yeah, he says he's an hour and a half from me.
I thought he was north. I'm not sure.
He could be central north, I thought.
It might be south north.
Or east west. Who knows?
Yeah, I know Thompson is out of Cincinnati. Thompson RC. That's the name of his channel. He
Okay.
said he'd try to meet with us. Hoping I see him soon so we can talk about it, but on the chat. Yeah, we know you're north, Jake. Jake lives in Ontario, Canada. Yeah, but if I could get a bunch of the guys who like to trail crawl and crawl, Jake, you might want to join us eventually. I've been trying to get Jake to come see me because I want to meet him. You're the most northern part of the South. Yeah, I got the email.
Technology.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, do you know, believe it or not, where I live, there's lots of waterfalls too.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. The Metro Park has a lot of waterfall areas.
That'd be cool to check out.
One of the main rivers going through the Metro Parks is called Rocky River. And you can see when we get swelling of water, how high it gets. And then when it drains out, you can see how low it gets. It shows little sandbars when it's drained enough. You can see little sandbars with rocks and sand when the river gets low. And then when it gets high, it goes up 5-6 feet on the side of the cliffside.
That would be cool.
I would love to do something, somehow set up Did you see what Eclectic Electric said there, Dirk?
What's that?
Yeah, technology is
Fuck
amazing.
all of you without being in the same street as you.
All of you without being in the same street as you.
Yep.
I'm not an idiot. I'm sorry, I'm not an idiot. So Yeah, you could have an event. You have to pay for it, but you can have an event that's sanctioned in metro parks.
Oh,
That
yeah.
would be cool. Yeah, but you'd have to get a lot of the Ohio guys to help pitch in for that.
There's a big group of crawlers and like that club I was talking about, even though I feel like they were a little mad about the rule set. I think they would have a ton of people that would be interested in doing it.
Well, if you could get a lot of them to meet with me, and I could show you all around the metro parks, they could decide if they would like to do that, and then
Yeah.
get in touch with the metro park system and do something. And maybe you could add it. Maybe they could do it in the Brecksville reservation, and then it could lead to an area you could trail maybe right into the national park.
That'd be real cool.
I mean,
And there's
if it's
the
the second best park system in the country, people should want to see it.
is that Rock Pirates your latest build, Dirk?
No, my latest is a cross rig, but it's not done.
Is it the emo or
It is an emo, but it's the JT4, the weird looking Jeep half van truck looking.
yeah?
I like weird
not-
shit.
It's a pickup Jeep looking thing.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I just got to finish it.
The only thing he didn't put skulls and bones on. He made it look traditional.
Not yet.
I'm not done, but it's actually modeled after one of my earlier rigs from my channel that was not cross or anything like that. Wasn't even 10 scale.
Hey, Eclectic Electric, about your sense of humor, you have to put it up to being the way the British are. They just have some of the best humor in the world.
You don't have to worry about offending or annoying anyone, because if I'm still allowed on these panels, you're good.
It's hard to get annoyed probably from this group.
Especially the middle-aged guys. And you know what? Most of us are middle-aged, and a lot of us do remember being one of our first car being a Tamiya.
Yep.
50 is middle age? Jesus Christ, I got 50 more years to go.
Just blame every British person that's not me. Why? Monty Python, man, they're one of the best humored guys in the world. Too bad. I don't know if all of them are still alive, except for one I know died a long time ago. But I don't know if any of them are all still alive. No,
No,
I think the British have a sense of humor like they do, is because their country and activities over the centuries is pretty ancient. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now Dirk's gonna have to do a build with a guy
Holy Grail
holding
was funny.
coconuts for horses.
Yeah.
No, we know you're not middle-aged yet. You're the youngest one here, Queenie. We know that. You're not even 30 yet. Dirk, Jake says Dirk is, he lies. He's actually the sensitive one. He needs to be cuddled once in a while.
Your hoodie acts as a swaddling blanket too, Dirk.
Yes.
Eclectic Electric says he's 40. That makes you younger than Jake. I feel 400.
After driving 30 hours in the past 4 days, I feel 400.
Hey, my friend Steve, who I got back into the hobby, and when I got all those extra kits, I gave a lot of them to him. I got him back in the hobby. He used to race 12 scale carpet racers. He has a daughter that lives in near Denver, I think, in Colorado, and he can get there in less than 30 hours. That's fast.
Yeah, that's moving.
I mean, that's fast. You could practically be here in back almost in the same time going to Florida.
Was
Yeah,
it
that's
just,
what I did.
He's going even farther than you, and you would take you'd be here halfway coming back.
was it just you and your son?
My wife too.
Okay. I wondered if the family went or
Hey, that family
Yeah.
that plays together stays together.
how'd everybody
She,
else hold up to the trip?
It's funny. My son got a little overheated, and he went back to the truck, turned the AC on, and me and her went out and hit 2 more trails.
Oh, good. So your
You know,
wife's
I
in
heard-
OC as well?
Yeah, she's. I got her a 10-3 Bronco, and then she's got a JLU Jeep we built.
Cool.
Did she paint it or did you paint it?
I painted it, but I meant to do it as a mauve, and I'm sure you guys can understand this. It didn't come out like I hoped.
You wanted a mauve color?
Yeah, but
That's in the pink realm.
yes. So I did a translucent pink one coat, but because I heated the can, it came out pretty thick on the first coat.
And you know what? It looks mauvish.
She wanted it a little darker. So I hit it with some purple and then pearl white. And I like how it came out, and she likes it. It just was a little bright for her taste.
Whose paint did you use?
Altamia.
Yeah. You know what? Tamiya may have expensive paint, but they already got some of that. But a lot of people swear by their paint.
It's cheaper than Spastics.
But they get more for spastics from what I understand, but you know.
When you try to back, at least in my experience, or maybe I didn't let it dry long enough because I'm used to how fast Tamiya drives. If you back Spastics with Tamiya, it just gets angry.
Yeah, it don't work, eh?
Yeah, unless you use spastics backers and stuff, it's doesn't like it.
Did you say that white Bronco was hers too?
Yeah.
The
she's got
10-3 Bronco?
Yeah, the white 10-3 with the pink methods. The breast cancer.
They have two iridescent colors, Tamiya.
Mm-hmm.
They have a green one and the purple one. They actually, some paints react with each other. Eclectic Electric said. They actually, there's a car called the Plasma Edge 2, a 4-wheel drive buggy that Tamiya makes. They had one they did in gunmetal that came with the kit. It was in gunmetal already. And then they had one with, I think, either iridescent color, the green or the purple. And I think they might have had a black one, but I could be wrong. But the normal color, I forgot what the normal color is of it.
I'll be right back.
But that's what's, you know, I would collect all the different colored bodies from Tamiya. I don't mind having multiple of their cars if the body is a different color.
I like Tomley's Porsche he just did. That thing's sharp.
Oh, okay. Did you know that Tamiya just came out with a modern day GT3 Porsche body?
No, I didn't.
They did. They finally made a modern Porsche body based on the brand new GT3. Yeah. If you want a modern day Porsche body in Lexan, you get it from them.
Yeah. Is that the one? No, Matt did the older one, right? That he made look like the pig with the dashes on it, like the cut lines.
Who did you say?
Scale Builders Guild.
Scale Builders
Matt.
Guild.
Oh, I haven't seen some of his stuff in a long time. Trail Critter says the Plasma Edge 2 can shoot some mud. Yes, it can. I think it has to do with those square peggy tires. It kind of digs in there, doesn't it? And he's using. Aren't you using the stock motor too, Jake? Yeah,
Is
because
Keith on a hamster wheel?
I don't know.
I hear the light squeak.
Oh, that's probably my ceiling fan.
Oh,
Squeak,
okay.
squeak, squeak, squeak. Yeah.
You know, I know.
I thought you had to get your
when guys
workout
are
in real quick. That's why you went away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%
You
stop.
can't see me. I'm on my hamster wheel.
Do you know? Look at the Super Storm Dragon that came already painted white. All you had to do is put decals on it. There's a black edition that I have of the Grasshopper too, which it has a satin black body, but I had it painted.
Yeah, that's the satin black with the green accents, right?
No, it had orange accents.
Was it orange
Workout.
accents?
You see it next to my Hornet?
Yep.
I did do something that wasn't necessarily box art. I had my friend who was who's still my friend. She was my aide who used to be here. She took nail polish, orange nail polish, and painted the body on the guy orange for me.
Yeah.
Because it matches the decal. One of the decals is orange, and it turned out good. She just used nail polish. You could actually use nail polish on your hard bodies.
If you guys lose me all of a sudden, I keep getting a notification my internet is unstable. So
Yeah, I noticed that.
Well, that's not
It-
unusual.
I just found out it's raining really hard out here. So
Keith needs to go faster on his hamster wheel to power you up.
I guess so.
So
I apologize if I just drop out, but yeah.
as you see there, my Midnight Pumpkin, that's a metallic special. You wouldn't want to paint that body. It's a chromish color body. It's already pretty bright and you don't need it. All you have to do is put decals on it. I got the lunchbox in black. I would paint that over black because it's a satin black paint. And you paint the lunchbox yellow, which is just traditional color, but it's a white body. You know, you
Come on,
actually
Brad, paint one of yours to make it stand out.
it's too bad you guys didn't know me when I had a B3 associated. I had it painted according to an Arizona sticker from that they put on the bottles when they had a lot more flavors. It was gorgeous. It was gorgeous. They mixed it with they color coordinated it to the sticker. Too bad I don't have that car.
Do you have any of the the car stuff, Dirk?
I don't have anything cross but that JT4 because
Okay.
the price of a lot of the cross stuff was
Yeah.
out of my ballpark until they were having sales on a bunch of stuff. And I managed to get that on a price that I was okay with. And then a few people from these lives just strong armed me into it. Buying it.
Oh, you asked if we should jump on it because it was on sale. And we said yes because we thought you would regret it if you didn't.
You guys don't hear the ambulance, do you?
No.
Good.
Now,
At Beat the Creek last year, there was a guy running one of those Dakar crosses, and it was all had a Hooters livery on it. It was awesome.
oh, there's a guy I watched recently who got a full metal Dakar 14 scale 10-ton truck version, Mercedes, and he still hasn't locked a diffs on it because I know it could do better off road than when he was showing. But it's all metal. Everything on it is metal. The whole body's metal. Everything's metal on it.
Even the tires.
He said it was like $1,500.
They're
No,
radials, so they do have metal in them.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were, I had a feeling you were at the USTEs, Queenie. I forgot. I thought I saw you in someone's video from the behind.
Woo! From the
I mean,
behind.
you're back. I'm sorry, you're back.
I was at USTE too, Queenie.
Do you know that the holiday buggy I have there on the blue one you see down there?
I think I see it.
Yeah, that body, people have done certain things to the body to paint it because Tamiya tells you not to paint it because of the plastic it's made out of. so it's molded in that color. There's something about the plastic they used on the body. But it's a very good car, especially when you put oil-filled dampers on it. I have a 17-turn brush motor on it that I could change the timing on. I have it at 11 degrees, advanced timing on it. It runs beautifully.
Tracy's Band-Aids came all off.
You see that yellow and black one at the bottom? I was given that. The Elf gave me that. That was a $50 car based after another car called the Genova. But this came with bushings in there's ball bearings in the drivetrain, but there was ball bearings that I could put in the hubs, which I did. That is a 3S capable car. You can run on 2S or 3S, uses a 550 motor, and for $50, you couldn't go wrong for that.
No, you can't.
They had it on sale for $50 and they also had one that was this old stadium truck style for the same price.
Well, that's the Jegs one, right?
Yeah, the Jegs.
Yeah.
I mean, it was easy to put the bushings, take the bushings out of it, but the bushings that came with it, they were actually quality bushings. They were nice brass feel bushings.
I wish I would have picked up that monster truck they had.
Yeah,
that was
wanted
$100.
it too.
That was $100. The Sen model.
Yeah.
They had 2 Sen models. So did you want the yellow and black one or the orange one?
I was probably going to change the body anyway, but
Because they're actually different. They're different chassis.
there was one I didn't. The orange one, I think I didn't really care for that one.
You like
The
the
black
yellow
one
and black
looked a lot better.
Yeah.
But I mean, those were going for $160 something originally, and they were selling for $50. They sold all those son of a bitches out. I mean, you couldn't go wrong for the price, and it's a good performing vehicle.
I had 2 of the Stingers in my buy box, and when I hit click to buy, they were gone already.
Damn.
Yeah, you couldn't pass up $50 car for that.
No, and I went to get them, and they were gone.
It comes with a
Apparently
slipper
waited
clutch
too
and
long.
everything. It comes with a slipper clutch and it's like the Genova G4, the G4 company that makes the Genova. It's basically the same chassis, just with some differences. That's it.
Man.
It's I do think you said you have a Blitzer Beetle too, don't you, Dirk?
I do.
Glenn never had that on his radar. To my legends, he never really had that on his radar. He just got it recently, just finished painting it and everything in box art, which I was surprised. And he says after it was all said and done, he's surprised he didn't consider it before because he says it's a really nice vehicle. It looks really good.
Yeah, I have some 3D printed parts I printed out for it to make a few changes to it. I never did, but
like what?
I don't remember what I printed. I printed a bunch of stuff I found online, and I just never put them on there because I was thinking I printed them, and I was like, oh, let me just pull that thing down and do it. I'm like, why am I going to do that? I haven't broken it yet. It keeps running good. I love it. I'm not going to change it yet.
I had a 15 turn and I took it out of it and I put a 21 turn Holmes engine and motor in it.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be work more properly in that car. So I'm using the 15 turn from that car into my wild one, which I've seen run on a 15 turn.
I need to get that out and run it. Not tonight. It's raining.
No, what? Which one? The Blitzer
The
Beetle?
Blitzer, yeah.
You could put a 17-tooth pinion in there if you want.
You're just trying to get me to break it.
No, I'm sorry, not a 17.
Then take it to the skate park.
No, 15
I
tooth.
would.
Yeah, he wants to. Brad likes to drag with his.
I want to get a Lexan body to throw on it so I can go take it to the skate park and do whatever.
It's a
skate
13
parks out here are always so damn crowded.
It's a 13-tooth pinion. You could go to a 15-tooth in it.
Damn, that is.
Well, my son's one of the ones at the skate park, so I feel
When I
awful.
first got-
I crashed into him.
One skull is a little off.
When I first got my Rift, my buddy took it back on the ramp I have in the back part of my property and sent it Oh, it was 8-10 feet in the air, and it came straight down on the rear axle and snapped it in half. It ran for 5
I
minutes.
heard they had terrible problems with their axles.
Mine's got trail axles under it now, so it shouldn't break again. That part.
Or you didn't want to like take out a second mortgage and go Vidavon?
You say that, but when I was at USTE, there's the new loaded brass Vidavon axles for the 10-3 that came out. They come
Yeah.
with the brass hubs and everything. It's $380. You buy a set of Vanquish without the hubs or anything on the portals, they're $500.
Oh, yeah.
Queenie
Vanquish
says I
is
got my
crazy.
first hard
Yeah,
body
Vanquish
truck this
is,
weekend.
yeah.
Yeah, she got the BRX02 which picked up this weekend at UST.
Oh, that's what Jake said.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Queenie did,
what'd you
yep.
get?
Oh,
Do you know-
sorry, I ruined the surprise.
That's
Hey,
a box.
hey,
That's in the
Josh.
box though.
You plan on watching some of my videos? I have a 2030 turn hooked up to my frog. Runs real fast with it.
I got to regear my Blackfoot. That Monster Mash gets about 1,000 degrees in 5 minutes.
Oh, I had a monster mash in one of
That's
mine
no
years
good.
ago.
I smoked my King Holler motor doing donuts. Yeah.
You're doing donuts with a 14 scale semi.
What, you were eating donuts and you weren't paying attention and you smoked it?
Yeah, and it smoked it.
When we were at Axial Fest, we did the Tough Truck Challenge, and my Rancho I built, the one that's the picture on my page, it has a 16 turn brood in it. It's straight locked up in the mud. I had to roll the truck and break the motor free to finish the event.
Oh, BRX01, sorry. Sorry, Queenie. I got it wrong. See, I didn't ruin the surprise.
BOXO.
Joel's going to get a 2. I believe we want to buy. It's again. It was
Went to
gone.
buy it and it was gone.
Yeah.
Sucks, Queenie.
Now I
That's
heard
six.
you guys had. I heard you guys had some. Why that different temperatures kind of went up and down out there. One day was in the 60s. The next day it was 85.
You mean she had like a hot flash?
Is that what happened down there?
Friday it was like 80 some at the high, and then Saturday was 68. But Saturday morning was like 44 when we got there.
It was a cold day for Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know, when the Challenger disaster happened in Florida, Cape Canaveral, it was 18 degrees. They actually got down to 18 degrees. And they think it did damage to the O-ring that caused the accident.
The videos I was watching at USTE, one day I saw people talking about they were getting sunburned and they were hot. And the next video I saw people were wearing hoodies and I'm like,
raincoat.
Yeah, Queenie got sunburnt real bad.
I got sunburned.
See, come up on the panel so we can see your sunburn. Jake says can't even dress you up, Dirk.
You got sunburnt too?
Yeah, the back of my neck was cooked.
You would love to see him.
Yeah, I mean Bill's
She's got
four-wheel
back-
draw dually was in his car and it melted all up.
I'll be right back. Gotta say goodnight to my daughter.
Melted the hood on it, melted the cab.
Yeah, there was a lot of guys in the scale show said, yeah, my truck's out there baking in the sun, melting.
Yeah.
Oh, when they're doing the for best in show type stuff.
Yeah. Queenie, I really enjoyed Axial Fest. I went to Badlands last year and it was awesome. Just USTE is different.
Well, I was told by people that the USTEs that the show to actually go to if you had to go to one only.
Well, they had Axial Fest. They're gonna have no Tamayas.
Yeah, right. And you have to have
That doesn't have Tamayas. It's all axial. You can only bring axial.
Right.
and you
You
can't
gotta have
like
axial
upgrade
axles and
them either,
transmission.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. You can have
I
different
thought you had to
chassis
have the
rails.
skid plate too.
No, it's axles and transmission. That's all they checked when they did tech for mine.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, but yeah, Queenie, it was a blast, that Axial Fest. That was my first time going to that too, and it was neat. Like
You
I
know,
bought a
Tower
base
Hobbies
camp just
has one.
for it.
Tower Hobbies has one too, I think.
The Horizon Fest. I
Yes,
don't know
Horizon.
about. Yeah, I think they're doing Axial Fest like a month apart between East and West Coast, and then
I heard,
in the middle's
I don't,
Horizon Fest.
no one's talking about Horizon Fest, whatever.
It's got more planes and drones and stuff, I think.
I've
Other
saw
than
people
RCs.
jumping them off of big ramps, the real fast cars.
Mhm. They were doing that at
How far
USDA
they can
too.
travel it out there.
Exo said he took all the ramps for the bashers from USDE and put them at his place.
Nice.
A lot of people like that. A lot of people like that wood setup for the 24 scale crawlers. People like the way they were put together. You know, where you
All the crawler park ones.
puzzle like they were puzzle like.
Yeah, they were
I
neat.
saw that before. I saw that before a few weeks ago, but people actually liked the thing for the 24s doing that.
The 24th scale course, and
That's made that way. With people liked it.
yeah, but they also had a separate one. So the crawler park was behind the course, so they had their stuff set up, and then they had a course with 3 suspension bridges, and then in the middle of it was like a little basher area for the max smashers, and it was awesome.
They even had small scale drifters.
Yes, I think
Low
those
Cs or
were
whatever
like
they're-
the mini Z's.
Mini C. Yeah.
Oh, Queenie
Mini
asked
Z.
if you won anything, Josh.
My son won a set of tires, and like right towards the end, I won a Red Cat Gen 7, but I donated it to Operation 11 Truck.
Cool.
I didn't know they were still making the Gen 7s because they're on Gen 9 now.
Right. This was one someone donated and gave like 6 9i batteries and chargers and his whole setup for somebody to run. And me being tight with Operation 11 Charlie guys, I donated it to them because I have more Axial, Traxxas, and Vanquish stuff.
Yep. Why not?
I
right?
I do like the new Gen 9 body better than
The Gen 9, the Gen 9 truck is cool.
It's better looking. It has better options on it.
Queenie's probably on the same page as me, though. I would have definitely liked to have won that 6x6 BRX, the Boom Racing new one with that was signed by the designer.
There's that guy, how I talked about that thing that they were building the course for the 24 scale with the wood and stuff. I swear that guy was either an Arab or he was French.
It might have been. I don't know.
Sean did a competition.
Queenie
For
says I
his
thought he
channel.
looked familiar.
Yeah, it was like right at the end when everybody was pretty much clearing out. I won that Red Cat.
And now Red Cat has a proper drifter.
Yes, that drift car is cool.
Queenie says, yes, I wanted it, or the Senduli.
Yeah, that was totally custom lifted and everything. It was cool.
Well, look at the high lifted new Traxxases.
Oh, I definitely am going to get one of the. I'm a Ford guy, so I'm definitely going to get.
Oh
one of the
yeah, I like them.
You know,
man.
Tamaya?
I like that truck.
Tamaya has been making a Ford. I think it's an F350 or 250 high
It's the
lift.
350.
Yeah, they have one with a 3-speed transmission in it, and it's a high lift. I'm surprised you didn't want to get one of those too.
I actually had a chance, but the price I thought was a little high. They were asking $450 for it, and it wasn't new.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
that's a little
you should
high.
check this. You know what? If you ever want to look
Or they're
for
a little
those types of
high.
vehicles, believe it or not, Tamiya sells out of their own website, and sometimes they're cheaper than anybody else for certain cars. So keep an eye on that if you want to see if you can get it for cheaper, because they sold the Bruiser a couple of years ago for $500.
Oh, wow.
So that's the type of sales you can get straight from them. You check into them sometimes and see if they're selling something for cheap.
Right.
Tower Hobbies is selling a lot of the new Tamiyas, even the MBO1 for less than $200. They have a lot of cars that are under
Ooh.
$200 for kits.
That's
And
not
the
fucking
new BBO1 chassis, that's going for $250, $550.
I thought about getting one of the Tamiya cars for a drift car, and then a
Change
hobby
to
shop
rear-wheel
down.
drive.
Yeah, but the hobby
Eric.
shop down here had the Red Cat Lightning. Is that what it's called? Their drift car.
RDS.
It's the older one. The brush.
Oh yeah, that was 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, I
mine
got one
does
of
have
those.
4-wheel drive drifters, but there's actually parts you can buy for the D series TTO2s. You can actually buy aftermarket parts for some company that actually gives it that swing you need in the steering.
Yeah, they don't make good
You
drifters.
you can get one of those Tamiyas to do that from a company to modify it.
You're better off just buying that Red Cat.
Yeah, I have the older version of the Red Cat, and it works pretty well. My son's got the Yoka. Oh, I can't pronounce it. It's like Yokohama, but it's not. It's
Falcon.
it's the Y name. I can't think of the name of it.
Well, there's Yokohama. I don't.
It's okay.
It's the carbon fiber drift chassis. That
Well,
was like the
a
kid.
lot of people don't like the body on the new Red Cat, but the chassis they like because it's carbon fiber.
Yeah, you can change that body though.
Yeah, and their kit is modular, I think, with their motor placement and stuff. If I remember
Yes,
right.
you can put
goes
it
through
down
places.
low, mid, or
Up.
high.
High or low. I got a couple of them at my new hobby shop. Cool place. I mean, just to start off in the drifting, it'd probably be a good vehicle, you know? You
Yeah.
don't have to.
It's not cheap though. The RDS is not cheap.
Yeah, but it's cheaper than a kit and
And it's ready to run.
yeah.
Yeah. The new
drift kits, boy. Woo.
the new
Expensive.
buggy that Tamaya is making. A lot of people have great reception towards it. And did you know the axles on it are 65 millimeters? They're pretty wide.
No electronics.
Yeah, heck, what's that Hobby Wing drift setup cost? You'll have $200 in that, if not
Right.
more.
They have a
Right.
cheaper version of the ESC and motor combo on. They have a cheaper version Fusion for the for crawlers.
Yeah, they have
Now
that.
they have a cheaper version they just came out with.
Yeah, the SE, I think they call it. It's a 1800 and a 1200. It's basically their old Fusion, just a couple little less options.
I think it was like $60.
Yeah, the 1200 is 60 and the 1800 is 80 or 90.
I
And there's
remember when I got
There's
back
a couple
in the
guys
hobby,
running them.
when I got back in the hobby, people weren't talking too good about Hobby Wing, and now they say they make really good stuff.
So I'm a big fan of Hobby Wing. When I first started drag racing, I definitely put an 80 amp ESC on a 4-turn motor. And it went into amp shutdown. And I'm like, what is wrong with this thing? So I set it down, grabbed the throttle, and it just shot sparks like a flare. Thank God I had made my ESC plate out of aluminum. And I took a picture of it, sent it to Hobby Wing, and they said, yeah, that's definitely your fault, but it shouldn't have done that. It should have stayed in the amperage overdraw until it was cooled down.
I think they have, don't they have a 200C model?
Yeah, they have the the XR10 Pro. And but they sent me another ESC, no questions asked.
Nice.
I sent them the picture and said what I did, and I'm like, that's huge. And then they also sent me a discount code for Hobby Wing stuff.
Oh, cool.
I was thoroughly impressed with their customer service.
That's some good customer
That's
service.
good.
Since,
Yeah.
since you seem to like speed, you'd get along with Kurt really well.
And
Yeah.
me, of course.
Yes.
There's another
Yeah.
guy, a new
You're
guy
here.
too. He's been like, what he did, 160, and his car blew up, caught on
Yeah.
fire. 150. I forgot his name.
Hey, Josh, you know the guys, the guys that are doing speed run have gotten up to 206.
Yeah,
I told that guy when I watched it, I said, you need to go into the Guinness Book of World Records and show them that.
this is my latest purchase for speed.
It's amazing.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
When the vehicle is
sorry.
going at,
Hold on.
yeah,
Let me spotlight him. Sorry.
You just drag for that though, right? You don't go. I don't know how long Kurt goes.
Yeah, this is just drag. I
Yeah.
haven't even ran it past the 66 foot yet. I geared it for that track, but it's all the aluminum tub.
Nice.
I was really impressed. And this body is the thickest Lexane body I've felt. It comes
here,
with
now you
lights
can
that,
spot. Now you can spotlight people.
And you said that's Traxxas one?
this is the low
Body?
seat.
Oh, it's low C. Okay.
Yeah, the 22 S drag like the Camaro and stuff. They just put the Ford body on this one.
I just made you the host.
See a little bit of rash there on top.
Oh yeah, it went over.
Looks nice, man.
Tell you what, I'm
Hey, Swede.
very impressed with this thing for they're $300 now. They're cheaper than the drag slash. Of course the DR10 is super cheap right now. But
I
they're
made you host, Dirk, so you can spotlight people.
I've been spotlighting people when I was co-host.
Well, now you can do even more.
now you
I
have all
can
the
change
power.
people's names.
Yeah.
So you're gonna do a Queenie?
Look out.
That's what Queenie does.
Oh, so I'm the host now. So
Yes, because you saw the other day. You said you needed to be
Hostess with the mostest.
no. Well, co-hosts can do the
Well,
spotlight.
you can make me the host again if you'd like.
But no, I'm the host. If you wanted to end the live but keep the after
Right.
hours going,
Damn
I
it.
would have had to been the host.
But I want to keep the I want to keep the chat going.
Oh, I'm not stopping it. I was just saying when
No,
you want
stop.
to, just let me know.
No,
Or if
no,
some
stop.
shit goes down in the chat or something.
Yeah.
Or some guy comes
Thank
on
God we
here
haven't
that
had thank God we haven't had that problem again.
guy comes on. Hey, Brad, how you doing?
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't just you. There was a rash of lives that were getting hit a little while after that too.
From the
People
same
actually
person.
made it on your
Spammers.
panel.
So I also have HBX cars, 1/18 scale ones,
This pisses
the
me
4-wheel
off.
drives. Josh, you familiar with HBX?
No, I'm not.
Got these
That's
real
a
good
high
German.
box.
There's a guy named Sergeant J that I'm sending my first version of it.
There's Dirk.
To
Got these
him to
real
fix.
good German
I'm having
pencils.
some-
The friggin' leads just breaks right off, man, as soon as you sharpen
See
them.
that little
Oh,
orange
really?
black truck?
I think so.
That's an HBX. They also make 10th scale and a little bit bigger than that too.
Sarge is flying right now.
That vehicle will do 15 miles an hour. The one I'm getting fixed by the guy in Colorado, Sergeant Jay, that does 17.
You sent it to him yet, Brad?
No, I have to wait till some money comes
It's
in again.
back. Well, he's gone right now.
Oh yeah, isn't he out of state?
Going to hallelujah. What?
Hawaii.
Hawaii. There he's going.
Going to Hawaii. Then I'll wait.
Honolulu.
He's also going to Florida soon too.
Yeah, road trip there.
Last week he didn't he do the snow? Didn't he run the car in the snow on my channel?
It was last week.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was last week.
think it was
Or the week
last week.
before.
Was it my chat or was it Frank's?
It was yours. It was
Yeah.
yours, Brad.
Yeah, it was snowing pretty good in Colorado. He was outside his garage and he ran one of his 10 scale armors in it.
It was Valentine's Day.
Yeah. Dirk, can you bring up the BBO1 to Maya, please?
Oh, you want me to look it up? Okay.
Yeah,
Hold on.
you.
Bring it and spotlight it.
One minute, please.
Hey, Dirk,
Hey, Keith.
Grateful Dead.
Right now?
Yeah.
Let the name changing begin.
Let's see here. What do you want to see? Do you want to see like just stock images of it, or do you want to see with the body off?
Yeah, that too.
Oh, yeah. I want to see with the body off.
That's what she said.
Let's see if this is. Here we go. This will be a good one to show.
No, she told me to put my clothes back on.
You
That's what
said
she told me.
you said you even like the new Tamaya. A lot of people like it.
Even me. God
Yeah.
forbid.
Even Sean liked it.
Yeah, that's more. That's more like
Even
it.
more astounding.
All right, let's go share screen. Share this one. Tell me if you're seeing it.
Yes.
Yep.
That is the most well-received car in a long time from Tamaya. It's a brand new chassis and everything. Those tires and rims are not on any other car.
They just released like 5 cars for that toy show.
Yeah, and that's one of them. And that one was one of the best received.
Brand new chassis, brand new model.
Oh, it pissed
It's
me
brushless too, right?
Just a
Yeah,
just a warning for
Get a
everyone
slipper clutch
watching.
for it too as an option. You can get a slipper clutch for it as an option.
I just
Well,
wanted
go
to
ahead,
give a
Dirk.
disclaimer. We're about to see it without the body on.
Body.
It's going to be naked, so
Look at them front headlights. Hot damn.
That's the new BBO1 chassis.
Queenie says it's ugly.
Queenie. You would say something like that. Be jealous. Them lights are bright.
And there's the slipper clutch under the body panels.
it's nice looking. That's for sure.
Queenie thinks it's
Great.
ugly.
It would be great at the skate park.
Josh has already caught on to this stuff.
Yep. Damn it.
Those have some of their best shocks too. Those are the aeration aluminum shocks on it.
That is a nice looking buggy. Even
A
if
lot of
Queenie
people
doesn't like it.
without the body panels on it because I like the frame rail, the frame body of it. What did Jake say? I missed it.
He said, Oh no, I guess he was saying about the name changing. I don't know. We can't
Well,
trust
everyone, I
anything
missed
Jake
it.
says.
I'm gonna have to get off here.
All right.
All right, Josh.
Nice
Work.
meeting you, man.
Thanks,
Work
Josh,
tomorrow.
for
Nice
joining us.
meeting you.
Don't forget
Thanks for having me
Thursday,
on.
Hey,
I hope
Thursday
we
night.
see you.
9:30 on
8:30.
Thursday and 9:30 on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Hope we
What
see you
time?
again soon.
What
Yeah,
time
Thursday
Thursday?
at 9:30 on Frank's Live.
Okay.
And
I'll
9:30,
stop
of
by.
course, every Tuesday here.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right.
All right. Take care. Good seeing you.
Bye. Jake's not here, remember? It's all in your head. Why are you
These
saying that,
fucking
Jake?
pencils.
I thought you were going to say pencil dick or pencil head.
No, expensive pencils, and they just fucking lead.
Did you still want to keep the thing going? Queenie or Jake interested in an after hours? Maybe not alive.
They haven't said anything to the contrary. Is Eclectic Electric still here? Or is he gone? I mean, it's like 3:30 in the morning for him or something like that. Maybe if you know 4. It's in the 4 range.
Oh, my internet's unstable. The whole thing might end.
Are you serious?
It popped up on the screen
Hey, you
again
getting
saying my
rain,
internet's
Dad.
Then
unstable.
put it back to me. Put it back to me then, so we don't lose.
Getting bad rain right there.
He's getting flooding.
We need rain really bad. Our lake is dry.
How the water reservoirs in California, have they all pretty much gotten full?
I don't know.
Ours need it bad.
They tell us all the time we're in a drought, so I don't even listen anymore because we are always in a drought.
Yeah.
You guys
But
had
we never
record
had a-
fall
definitely in a
rain.
drought.
You had lots of flooding, so you got to have lots of water somewhere.
It's been very weird weather. I mean, it was like warm a week ago, and then it was even warm 3 days ago, and all of a sudden
I
today
think
it's
they've had-
like cold.
I think they've had lots of record fall in Lake Tahoe snow too, which could also be.
We've
giving
had
you-
80s.
Yeah, all that
80s
water,
last week.
all that
They
snow
still need to
melt
catch
and
it
come down
better.
our way.
They still need to catch it better.
Well, it all melts and then runs down the California aqueduct all the way down.
Yeah.
I wonder how deep the LA River is. You can even call it that.
It stopped raining, it says.
I know our islands, sometime islands in on Lake Travis, they're almost all the way across the lake. How dry it is here.
It's gonna rain all weekend. Maybe not Sunday. Oh well.
But you got some plans to do, Dirk?
No, I'm just
Yes.
wanted to go Saturday or Sunday out to get that, at least pictures, if not video, at that hotel from Devil's Rejects.
Oh, yeah. When are they making you go?
Next week.
Oh, we're still live. Sorry.
No,
Next week,
next week, Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Yeah, it starts the March 1st, and then
Oh,
after that, it'll be Monday through Thursdays that I'll be in the office. So y'all won't see much of me Monday through Thursdays after this week.
Damn, I'll be hardly seeing you on Tuesday.
That depends on if you go this late or not. If you go this late, I'll be back home and have
I
homework
usually try to be-
left.
yeah, he's always going late. He's always late. Brad likes to pull out all-nighters. What time is it anyway? Oh, 12:30 is.
Hey, I think I've made it to around 8 a.m. once with someone. I know
Yeah.
Jake and I have done 6 to 7.
That's what I heard. Somebody else told me you could go all night.
Yeah, it's hard to believe.
Well, I caffeinated up already, so if I tried to go to bed, I wouldn't be able to get to bed. Even though I feel tired, I don't think I'll get to bed. The caffeine will just keep me up. Even though I have a friend who says caffeine doesn't bother him at all.
You
Depends on
know,
the
I knew a
caffeine.
guy that just drank. That's all he drank was coffee, and he slept fine. I mean, that's all he drank. Like, you want to drink? Nope, just coffee.
We don't get to see her in the video anymore, Queenie. We miss you out in the panel.
So you've been getting a lot of work done on your builds there, Brad.
Well, I have 2 gearboxes done, and that was done in the last 2 weeks.
Nice.
Now I have to do the front steering and some front add-ons. I am concerned about the metal piece I needed to get because the A6 part on the Terra Scorcher's front end is prone to breaking. So I bought a metal piece, and it uses metal, different metal bars to go through the front suspension, and I have to deal with E-clips. I had the biggest trouble with 4mm E-clips with that tool. That tool is supposed to make things easier with dealing with E-clips.
I told you how to do it, Brad. Real easy. Piece of wood, man. Thing on it. Put the E-clip on. Push the E-clip down on a piece of wood and makes a little indention. And then you put the part where you need to put the E-clip. It stands right up on the indention. Then you just push it in.
Well, I don't want to put pressure on my tables here because they're not that strong. So.
It's not even. You don't
Just
put
need a
any
little piece
pressure
of
on it.
wood.
Yeah, you just
need
put a little piece of
too.
wood.
You don't have to use your table.
No,
You can put it on your table. A piece of wood on your table.
But I'm putting weight to it, even through that wood could break my table.
Then do it on the counter. Do it somewhere else. Somewhere
yeah,
that's secure.
stand up.
Or somewhere else that you could sit, that you have a surface that's more solid, that you could put that piece of wood on with that indention in it
Well,
to hold it in there and keep it steady.
I'm waiting for Guru to give me a 4-foot table.
Well, you can't wait for that and not finish your build. You've got an option.
No.
I even made a YouTube video on that. Like, man, this is the easiest way to put an E-clip in.
E and C clips, but usually it's E clips because they have that little stem in the front, in the middle. I don't like being in love too much anymore. Why? You're married and you have children. Why don't you like being live too much?
No, Queen, you don't like being live. Are you doing that for me, Dirk?
Huh?
Said, are you doing that for me?
Doing what?
Grateful Dead.
Oh, yeah. Let me look it up right now. There's a
Your
lull.
cat hasn't been joining you today there, Keith.
Yeah, I know. I should have let her out. She's in her own room. Venus.
surprised John didn't join us briefly today.
John Martin? He's over in Tony's chat.
Tony was in my chat in the beginning.
Yeah, that was before he started his live with Pablo.
Tony may start.
He don't let anybody else in his live, does he, Kurt?
No.
Just Pablo.
Yeah, he's still going.
Yeah.
Wow, Tony's still going, huh?
Yep.
I think just Tony might join us later because he knows I stay up late.
I just can't read the chat. That's why I really don't get in the chat.
He's just, I think he's on a little bit longer tonight. They usually try to cut it at 2 hours, but he's
Frank
probably
does all the
make up,
time. He only wants to go till 11:30.
he's probably making up for lost time because he's been gone working and he's about to leave again for more work, I think.
Right.
Who?
Tony.
Oh, Tony. He's got another gig doing documentary work, huh?
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing, but
Did you see what Jake just wrote?
Something about cuddling me.
He said you have cold feet.
I have cold feet. Yeah.
what a Canadian would say.
Oh, Jake, I heard that there's been a lot of intrusions in the northern border with us in Canada recently. They say a lot of migrants are even going across the northern border more frequently now, too.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Eclectic Electric is still here. What do you mean you're in the wrong chat? Thanks a lot.
Damn it.
Talking about all sorts of things there.
Keith, I'm trying to get Grateful Dead for you, but it's
Messing up. It's okay.
must be my internet because I'm.
It's okay if it's
Let me try a different one. Hang on.
I believe you.
No.
Queenie says we get weird. I still would like to see you in the panel on occasion, even once a month if that's possible.
You don't get weird, Queenie.
We're
Keep
bugging
it
out.
nice. After hours, kind of, but we keep it civil.
Don't
Oh,
get
come on.
weird. I was born that way.
Frank's last chat with Lyle, that was gold.
Lyle did a video today of.
Yeah, I've seen it. Just
I
didn't
saw
see it,
a
but I seen
thumbnail
it post.
recently.
Yeah, he was opening up the parts that Tony sent him.
No, but I think it's funny when him and Frank got into it Thursday.
Yeah. It carried over to other lives too, talking about it. People in the chat were still talking about it.
Yeah,
Keith, when we get off of here, I'll try to remember to start it back up.
it's
See
okay.
if it works. I think it may be partially because we're on here, but also my
Jake
internet.
called the cupcake.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's messed up.
So I'm Sour Patch and Cupcake. Huh.
He little
And your
squeeze.
feet are cold.
Well, I'd be surprised if any part of me was cold. Always warm. I'm not really warm right now though in this garage. It got chilly out.
Was it under 50?
Let's see what it is right now. It is 36.
Wow. That is a little chilly, Gert.
You don't live. I thought you would be. Aren't you a little further north of LA?
I'm in the high desert though, so it gets.
So it does get cold in the nighttime, right?
At night, it really is cold.
You guys sometimes get snow at night. Right?
He froze big time.
In the day, it's hot in the summers, even in the summer.
Now, don't you get?
You're freezing too, Dirk.
Am I frozen now?
No.
Yeah, not now, but you were, Ben.
Okay.
I know that it can snow in the desert and then it melts away immediately when daybreak.
Yeah, we've gotten some in my area, not very often, but no, it used to be I could I could leave where I live and go to where I work, and the temperature just in that travel time would be 20 degrees different. So
Let me see. if
I
can
always
just
said I always said our desert's probably the greenest in the world
get my face. Yeah.
because
I got a tank
we
top
get
on,
more
so-
rainfall. We'll get the most rainfall, I think, of any deserts.
Shit.
she's showing off the guns tonight.
No, flabs. They were guns one time. Bet your ass. They were cannons, really.
That's what I was about to say, but you beat me to it.
Yeah.
I haven't spooned in a long time, Queen. I miss it.
18-inch, man. 18 inches.
I'm not even touching that, Keith.
They're talking about spooning.
The size of my biceps.
Gotcha. Thank God.
Right.
Your poor
Hey.
wife.
So, did you?
You know what
Do
a
you know that
preacher
it-
curl is, Dirk?
What?
Preacher curl?
No.
Oh, okay.
Keith,
Oh yeah, I do. I'm sorry, I thought you said preacher girl. I'm like, where's this?
Yeah,
going?
no, curl.
I know what a preacher curl is. Yeah.
110 pounds we used to preacher curl with just a dumbbell.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, Keith. Since you're from Connecticut, did you know that you guys had a large chicken farm that did lots of eggs?
Yeah, I worked at a chicken farm for a little while on the
Yeah.
weekends.
Did you hear about that fire that happened about a month ago that killed lots of chickens?
No, but I was in I didn't go to it, but they had a big chicken fire when I was in the fire department too. But was I in school and they didn't let anybody out. But I worked in a chicken farm.
I think they're probably one of the biggest distributors for the country for eggs, this
Yeah.
company. And that's why our eggs are over $4 a carton.
Yeah.
Something wrong with me. All I could think of was free blackened chicken.
Oh, you want to talk about terrible taking chickens? It was like 3, 4 foot, maybe 2 football fields, or at least 3 football fields long, this chicken farm. And we'd have to take the chickens out of the cage and bring them down a quarter of a way and hand them off to the next person. And they'd hand them off to the next person. Oh man, dirty and loud, freaking smelly. Then they bring them all to New York. I never went to New York, but I did that.
The chicken, they lost tens of thousands of chickens that day.
Yeah. Well, the chicken
amazing how
farm
much
that burnt
egg
down
farming-
when I was in the fire department, they said there were chickens flying out of there on fire and all kinds of shit.
I'm sorry, I don't want to see a chicken suffer like that, but it just the visual's funny.
It burnt down. My stepmother, there's a lot of chicken farms in Connecticut. My stepmother worked at one. She used
They're
to
one
they used to take a candle and put it in the candle to see if the egg was, I don't know if it was good or whatever. But yeah, she'd have to candle.
So Connecticut's one of the biggest distributors of chicken eggs, huh?
And then I used to do this too with the chickens, eggs, put them in cartons and shit. I didn't get paid for that. I was a minor then.
I've seen how they process chickens. They take all the chicks that popped out and they start throwing them on a conveyor and they're just flinging these poor little chicks around. It's really disturbing.
I mean, we didn't wear any masks or anything like that in that chicken farm. And it was, so bad.
Collecting says the sun is coming up, so I best start my day. Was it like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning?
I should have went to New York though. Should have drove with my cousin to New York.
See ya, Eclectic Electric. Have a good night.
We
Bye,
would've had a
Gigi.
hell of a time.
See you, Glenn.
So they were in the Bronx, New York at a red light, and the guys would come up and just grab the chickens off the carts of chickens off the truck and run off and take them.
That's bullshit. Do you know there's a house down the street from me that actually has chickens on there running around on their land.
There's chickens all over here too. We got chickens.
Come out in the middle of the street and get run over.
We got chickens and roosters all over the place down here. I had a rooster so badass. Tracy, when she would work, she'd beep the horn and I'd have to get up and go open the door and chase the rooster off so it wouldn't attack her. It was a badass rooster, man. She'd go out there, hang out clothes, and take a broom and smack the shit out of that damn thing. It'd come back running, charging her. Like,
So I ran out there yelling, "Get out of here, you cock!"
You cock, right?
Yeah. Actually, I have my friend who lives in Cuyahoga Falls. He has chickens and he has a rooster. He says he's getting old, but he's a pretty rooster. He's black with the red stuff on his head. Looks pretty.
Then I traded him for another rooster that my friend was working with. He said, this rooster's kind of calm and he wanted a wild one. So we traded. He said, that rooster ain't wild. He got beat up one time and ran up in a tree and never came down. Oh, well.
I mean, believe it or not, some roosters can be pretty, like the black and red-headed ones.
Yeah, they're pretty.
And they're big. His black one is pretty big.
You know what they do is they go around, they'll be over across the yard. The rooster will be over across the yard, and if he finds something good, he'll do something, and them hens will come run over there.
Bye, Queen.
Like, look what I found. Look what I found. And they'd, give them the.
See you, Queenie. Have a good night.
Good night, Queenie. Think about my rooster tails.
It's so funny when you hear them go, they're doing that light clucking sort of, and
Yeah.
and they're sitting there like growling in a manner of speaking, and
Yeah, my rooster, my sister, I'd have to carry my niece in from the car because the rooster was so mean.
squirrels can be that way too. My girlfriend said when we lived in this little courtyard where I met her, between the buildings, and she says this squirrel ran after her.
Yeah, that can be mean, I guess.
I've seen
Like deja vu. Us three here talking about roosters.
I've seen
Weird.
cats sitting there wanting to pounce on a squirrel, and they think the squirrel doesn't see them, but the squirrel just plays it along, and then next thing you know, he turns around and chases the cat.
Did you see that on YouTube?
Yeah, I saw that on YouTube. But it's funny. The cat thinks he's got him, and the squirrel turns around, he charges him, and the cat's like, "Whoa!" I mean, some squirrels are almost as big as the cat stalking them. So.
My art teacher, Diane, where she lived, there was a bunch of squirrels, and she would have them hand feed them and stuff like that.
I've done that before. I'd be an arm length away, and they would take a piece of granola from me.
Yeah. I mean, these were so tame. I'd go do some art lessons, and they'd just be sitting out on the spread eagle on the concrete, and they wouldn't even move. You'd walk over them. They would just sit there.
There's some chipmunks that behave that way too. Some get friendly with people, and they sit there and let the person pet them.
I saved a squirrel from committing suicide once.
Suicidal squirrel.
Yeah, I was going down a low water crossing, and it was probably 10 feet high, but this is where the water goes over the road. They make like low water crossings where the rivers, or like the little rivers go through, runoffs. and the squirrel was right in the middle of on the bridge, and he was just ready to jump off. And I'm like, "Don't jump, squirrel! Don't jump! It's okay." And he stopped and ran off. Saved his
I've seen a
life.
squirrel. I've seen a squirrel look both ways before he crossed the street.
Mm.
I'm being serious. He must have had close calls and
You
learned
saved
something.
the squirrel's life, you know.
No, but
That squirrel went on to
they
live
learned
good
from
life. Before that, he was nuts.
Yeah.
they probably, I think squirrels learn from close calls they have with cars, and then they learn to look both ways before they cross the street.
You don't, every time you blow a horn and they're like in the middle of the road, they like stop or jump or go the other, you always hit them after that.
And then you got deer that stare at the curb, stare at you. They just stare out there wondering what the hell they're going to do next, and they're going to get hit.
Well, you don't fuck with deer. You slow
I know,
down
but-
and stop.
So, I
That's
sometimes
your car
beep
up
the horn,
bad.
but sometimes I flash my brights at them to snap them out of it.
Yeah. I seen a guy hit a cow.
That must have demolished their car.
Ridiculous. We were driving down the road and it was a cow in the middle of the road. So I turned around to follow it. And my wife called my mother to tell the, animal control. There's a cow in the road and there's a Jeep in back of me. And the Jeep goes around me and pushes the cow to the other opposite side of the road, and then just goes down the road and don't tell anybody down the road. So here comes this other truck. I'm flashing my lights and, and hit the damn cow. Bam. Went up over the top. Well, it smashed his truck all in. It was his grandfather's truck. And I got out and I'm like, dude, I'm flashing my lights and everything. You didn't see that? He goes like, I don't know why you were flashing your lights. I said, there's a frigging cow right in front of you.
I saw a video. I think it was in Thailand, and a taxi cab or something hit one of those working elephants that they have walking around.
Yeah.
And they broke his leg. They broke the leg of the elephant, and they called a vet, and the vet came there and put a cast on that elephant's leg and got him to move properly, got him to move out of the way.
So the
Everybody's
guy's
cheering when they saved the elephant.
that kid's like, it's my grandfather's truck. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. I'm like, well, you're going to have to tell your grandfather. And then the cops came and I'm like, the cow is still walking down the road. And the cops are like, I don't care about no damn cow. I'm like, that's why we called you out here in the first place. This was the accident. And the cow's just walking down the road. I just drove by him and just left him.
I saved, I don't know, he may have been glancing below a groundhog, middle of the road. I stopped. Eventually a cop came and we were talking about sending him to the zoo, but they said no, to see if they'd help it. They refused. And so he took it up with a glove. He picked it up by the scruff of the neck and put it over to the
Side. Yeah.
side on the grass. But it was still alive. It might have been glanced
I turned
by a
around.
car. Didn't die.
There's a turtle in the middle of the road. I stopped and turned around and pulled over, and another car turned around and stopped and got out. When we're almost there, this guy ran right over. Like, you son of a bitch, man.
I saved a snapping turtle that was in the middle of the road in the
That
metro.
pissed me off so bad.
I
I mean, we got two guys in the middle of the road, and what we're looking at, and she just runs it right over.
that's going to hurt an oil pan on a car.
The hell with the oil pan.
So I had a broomstick or a broom in the back of my car. I was surprised I had something, and I would coax him to bite it, and I'd pull him when he bite it away from the middle of the road.
I'm in
I did
Louisiana.
that.
must have been 12 or 13. We're driving around and there's a flood that year, and there was this big snapping turtle, and we were driving our bikes, sliding, stopping next to it and everything. And this guy runs out. I don't know where he came from, but he's like, don't kill that turtle, don't kill that turtle. And he has this big piece of stick with a rope on it. And he puts it around his turtle's neck and he's dragging it back. He goes, ooh, good turtle soup, good turtle soup. He's going, like, what
You know,
the
I
hell?
was trying to
You
coax
gotta
it
make
away from
turtle
the middle of
soup.
the road, and he was biting on it, and I'd pull it. When he bite him, I'd pull him
Yeah.
out of the street.
I had a turtle that I saved, and we brought him all the way back down here from Connecticut on an airplane.
Those snapping turtles can get big. They would hurt the bottom of a
It
car.
was a snapper turtle too. The heck with the bottom of the car. You're gonna save the turtle's life, man.
But if someone decided to run it over, they'd screw up their car.
Armadillos.
Armadillos.
I've hit an armadillo before, and it's like, boom! Holy
Did it hurt the car?
shit. No, but it sounded like it did. I'm driving down the road, and I'm like, there's a bird. Like, where the hell did the bird go to? You know, he flew in front of
that
me.
happened to me too.
I get to my house, he's stuck in the grill. He's flapping his wings. I'm like,
You know,
oh
I
crap.
was-
I pull him out, he takes off.
I was driving with someone. And I was a passenger in the car, and they purposely tried to run over the squirrel. I heard a scrape on the bottom of the car. I don't know if the squirrel died, but he might have just nearly got scraped. I thought, why did you do that? That's sick.
Yeah.
Who's in the chat room? Jake, are you still there, or are you going to say you're not there? Or did he leave when Queenie left? Jake. Are you there, Jake?
I was way out mowing this lawn one time, and I come around this corner, and there's a big bull. And he wasn't in the road, but he was
The
like,
Longhorn?
no, he wasn't a longhorn. He was a big black bull, man. He was big. So I like, I'm gonna mess with him. He wasn't in the road. He was like on the side of the road. I blew the horn. I'm like, bull, bull, and he started chasing me. I'm like, oh crap! I was in my truck, and I just took off. I went to a gas station and told the cop. I said, hey, there's a bull over there on the side of the road.
You should see, I know safaris. You wonder if the like rhinos and stuff are just gonna sit there and turn over a car.
I got a video of I know I videoed it. A 124 scale. I was out there messing with the little calves. They drive out there, they're all freaking out. And then I leave it sit there, and then they come over a little bit, and then I give it a little bit of gas, and they're like taking off.
Cats are like that too.
I'm pretty sure I got that video. I
Jake,
haven't been posting
Jake,
a lot.
Jake, are you there?
I need to post more.
You need to fix that Tamaya.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the parts tomorrow probably for it.
How much are the
Well,
gear set?
order them. I don't know. Let's see. Tank said he sent me a link. I'll see what it is.
I don't know. I don't know if Jake's still out there.
Oh
I
shit.
don't think so. I just checked. There's only 4 people watching, and it's probably me, you, Keith, and Frank.
I don't see Frank, even his picture up there.
Well, okay.
Oh, that's
I don't know
that
who the 4th
guy.
person is.
Go back. Try this one.
You still want the live going?
Oh,
Well, I want to make sure for sure there's no one in the chat before we do that.
Well, nobody said anything for a bit.
Tony may drop by, so maybe we should just leave it open.
oh, you know what? They're plastic.
But not the internal gears.
$7.
Inside the middle of the diff, inside the middle of the diff are usually metal. on
The
those.
outside diff is plastic and that's $7. Let's see if I got if he sent me the inside. Oh yeah, the inside.
Are
They're
metal too.
$6. They're metal, $6.
There's a good chance you didn't even ruin them. Maybe there's just leftover stuff that broke free.
Yeah, I'm probably sure I didn't ruin them. And these ain't the spider gears. These are just the gears. I'll have
Well,
to
there's the
find this.
bevels that go over the spider gears.
Yeah, that's what these are.
I always thought it was cool that when you knew the diff would be more durable if they put metal gears inside the middle of it.
And then there's the chassis, $8.
And once you fix it, you're going to run it.
Of course, I'm going to jump at the same place I did.
You get oil filled dampers for it.
Yep. It
You
still bounced like a friggin' they bounce like a frog. Like, damn.
You couldn't you? What would happen if you put softer oil in it? Would it bounce less?
I don't know. You got blue. I mean, I got heavy duty springs on there.
Maya does make different colored springs for different tension.
Yeah, these are black. They're black and blue. They're the blue. Couldn't find any green shocks, so I got blue ones.
Too bad you can't. Too bad you can't get bone colored springs for your bone beetle.
Could paint them white.
You'd have to paint them like an ivory color. That would make them bone colored.
Yeah.
Get that piece.
My bones.
I thought Tony would show up
I'm gonna
later
have
after
to
the
take one
show
of the electronic speed
and show me his new
control.
car, his new Sandsporter from that rat guy.
There's a lot of shit you got to take off.
He
there.
might not, because I'm not sure when he's
still
turning
on?
around and leaving again.
Is he still on?
No, they're done.
Yeah, I'm gonna clean it all out and leave. I'm just gonna leave the diffs unlocked.
You know what? I would love to see you have a sand scorcher, Keith. Got all that metal on it, and then you have oil-filled dampers. They're on the thinner side than the ones that are on your bone beetle. But still.
I can't believe you heard that. Can you hear that squeaking?
Yes.
That's my ceiling fan.
And
I'll
Josh
turn it
says
down
you're on a
next time.
hamster wheel.
Yeah, I'm on a hamster wheel. I'll turn it down next time. It only squeaks when it's on super high. Super high. Well, if it's nice out Sunday, I'm going to run the tanker for the first time.
Cool.
How soon are you going to order the parts for the bone beetle?
Probably tomorrow, if I can.
You
Tracy
get them
lets
within a
me.
week. You should get them within a week, hopefully.
Yeah, if Tracy lets me. She might not let me. Might have to be the first of the month.
That's next week.
Yeah.
Don't remind me.
Sorry.
No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, I have to. I'm going to the auto show. And his brother works for an auto dealership. He couldn't get the ones he got for us last year. He had ones that were up for the first day of the show, but they were 5 o'clock. I always go early in the morning because I want to be there from morning open to close, but not
Yeah.
this time. But now I'm worried. Am I going to have a hard time finding a handicap spot? Because that parking lot get full,
Sure you will.
I'm gonna be pissed.
We did that one time when I was working at a body shop. The guy as a mechanic shop was next to us, and he's like, it was Friday or I don't know, Saturday. He's like, let's go to the car show downtown. I'm like, okay. So we jump into one of his cars that he's been working on, and we drive down there, go through the car show 4 or 5 hours, come out. We forgot what car he was driving when we got
I
had to walk
I keep
around the
forgetting where I
parking lot
parked
for
the
like
car.
2 hours to try to find his car.
I have, you know what? I have nightmares of that all the time
Yeah.
where I can't find my car.
I dropped my mother and my stepdad off at the airport one time and went inside with them and everything. And then I came back out and there was a 3-story garage. And I forgot I parked on the second floor, but I went to the third floor. No, I went to the first floor and I was doing the beep, 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 and I could hear it, but I couldn't find the car because it was
I do the same thing in
friggin'
my
floor
videos.
above me.
In my videos, in my nightmares, I do the same thing.
Hell?
I do the same thing. I beep for it. I turn on the emergency screaming one, and I'm trying to find
Blinkers,
it.
yeah.
I hear it, and I'm looking for it, and I think I see it, but then I go there, and it's not there.
That was a trip. And then on the way back,
I have nightmares all the time about things with my car. I don't know why. I know the vehicle means a lot to me, but I have more dreams about that car, something happening. I wake up frustrated and upset.
they went to Vegas and they came back and I picked them up from Vegas. And on the way back, the road goes this way, 2 lanes go this way and 1 lane goes this way. So there was a cop in front of me and this lady comes up like this and hits the side of the cop car, pushes it all the way. It's like, oh shit. So we had to stay there because she wanted to get into the lane that we were all turning into. So we had to stay there and wait for witness and all this other crap for
Hit and
2
run on a cop?
hours. Huh? Yeah, she hit a
run on
cop.
cop?
She hit a cop car, the lady in front of us.
She left, and the cop.
No, she stayed there too. She stayed there too. But the cop couldn't do his own report because it was,
His
you know.
accident.
Yeah.
He called in his buddies to come deal with it.
Yep. I felt it was, they must have had so much chiggers. I didn't get out, but the grass was like tall, man. It was waist tall. I'm sure they were covered with chiggers.
And they're biting the shit out of you, huh?
Yeah, chiggers are bad, man.
So are horseflies.
Chiggers are worse than horseflies.
If a horse gets a horsefly on it and it gets bit, it freaks out.
I haven't. Well, I've gotten bitten by horseflies, but chiggers are bad, really bad.
And horseflies are big as fuck.
But chiggers you can't see. I must have got 50 chigger bites on me one time.
I thought they burrow.
60.
They burrow like a tick.
I don't know what they do. Some people say they do. Some people say they bite and fall off. And I just know they friggin' hurt.
So they act. You think they act more like a bed bug?
It's like a lava. They're really like a stage of some kind of
larva.
Yeah, I looked it up on the internet before, but I can't remember. It's like they're a stage of something.
A pupa, what is it? Pupa or whatever they call it for.
They get around your socks and your underwear line, and they're just terrible. Just terrible.
Ticks are the worst. They're disgusting.
Chiggers are worse than ticks.
Oh, come
Unless
on.
you get Lyme disease from them.
And a tick can sit there and burrow, and you try to get them out, and their head's still in there. That's disgusting.
Just need a match.
Yep, back them right out.
It's amazing how much they swell up.
Figures they don't do that.
It's amazing how much they swell up a tick. It's amazing they can even hold that much.
This year, I'll put my chigger bites on the WhatsApp. Yeah,
Should I look forward to it?
yeah. Did you see my hot tub? Did you see the hot tub, Dirk?
I don't think I did.
Yeah.
So is it a cousin or a friend that's living in your house now?
Cousin was going to move in, but he's not going to now.
Why?
It's just a long story. I'll tell you offline.
Keith, are you watching? Do you have your YouTube up still?
No. Want me to pull YouTube up?
No, the only reason I'm asking is there's only 3 people watching, and if it's the 3 of us, we might as well not keep this going.
Yeah, it probably is just us 3.
Damn it, mother.
Well, you've been going for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, there's nobody in the chat.
I once talked for more than 4 hours with Matthias, but he left a while ago.
Crawls RC said night. Oh, he said Night Queenie. That was the last person in the chat. I'm gonna see what the delay is.
My internet's getting sketchy, so I can't even. I tried to look something else up and refresh a page, and it went crazy.
Oh, there it is. It's probably 30 seconds.
And I can't end it, Brad. You're the host again, so.
Yeah, there's nobody else on the line. There's nobody else in the chat.
I could send it to you, so because I'm afraid I'll end it all because I don't have the control like you do.
If you want to send it to me, then I'll end the live.
All right.